Shall we get started? What's up, nerds? I'm back. Somewhat more relaxed. Good to see y'all. Let's say hey quick and then get the get the content calendar all scheduled because there's a lot that I've missed. Attribution graphs in biology. Very interesting. This is going in my read later for personal reasons. Oh yeah, I did see this. This is on the list today for sure. React 4.2 computers. Is the Llama 4 chaos. Will definitely be the priority of the day. I was going to cover that anonymous model, but I feel like it's going to have like what it is announced soon enough. It's not worth doing now and just better to wait until it officially comes out. Made a video on... Ooh. Give my attention. This isn't that... Okay, cool. I was thinking somebody else. There's somebody else that a YouTuber I like the science world has beef with, and that's not her. I know I need a different background. We'll get there eventually. And thank you, John. I had a pretty good time off. Definitely a busy time off. The Sabrina Carpenter Fortnite thing's actually really interesting for a ton of reasons. I did see this happened. I will probably cover it. The Cloudflare plugin is cool, but not necessarily like videoable. Firebase is an editor now. Label. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh shit, have fun with Coachella. I'm not much on music when I code. I need to be able to just focus. I did see this. Is there like public info on that? It was 15.3 officially out now. Turbo pack for builds. Holy shit. Oh boy. Oh boy. Kind of want to go bump my package version on T3 chat and see if I can make this work. I just want to see how much faster the builds are. There's also RS pack support too. This is a fun thing I heard about a while back and haven't been able to say a word on. New Next.js version is pretty dope. Titles. Is Turbo Pack finally ready? What else going on? Which video is this? Okay, people are liking this topic. That's a very, very good piece of info to have. Thank you. Oh no, what did I just do there? What the fuck? Oh, I just hit a fun bug with Zen. I haven't had a bad one like that in a minute. Is this the person that the anti flat Earth guy has beef with? I think it's Professor Dave. Yeah. Yeah. Now I my memory was right. It's gaslighting myself. Yeah, never mind. I'm not watching her video because he made too many good points. Let me thank everybody that's been subbing as we get started. Thank you all, by the way. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. Great question. I don't have a good answer to like the right place to start with Elixir and Phoenix right now. I had a very much like hit the ground running experience where I was thrown into a code base as it was being created and just had to like Google search and read the docs and stuff constantly. There's some pretty good official resources. Definitely check those out, but just get building is usually my recommendation. Thank you, Digital Seismograph, for getting us started today. Furtive Spy for the Prime 11 months in. CD Dev here with the 30 months straight. Robo Edit with the 4 months of Tier 1, 7 months total. The Cheer for Dark Mode, Theo. Thank you for the support. And what's Code Antonio up to? Fun. Cool. As I was thanking people, we got Dogpaw Hat here, 18 months Tier 1, 33 total. Goddamn. NMG Twitch here with the 7 months of Tier 1, 21 total. Matt with the 45 streak, Storm with a 3 streak. Check giving us the first gifts of the day with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much for that. Dak hitting the 4 months Tier 3, 25 total. Legend. Whale with the Prime. Thank you for that. Cyan Flare with the 12 months of Tier 1. Thank you so much. Yash for 22 months of Prime. Vital Titans here. I almost read that as vitamins with the Prime. Thank you so much. Jay Pre here with the 22 months of support. Okay with the Prime. Timo with the 3 months, 10 total. Thank you so much. Para with the Prime. TWT here with the 5 months of Prime. Thank you so much. Oh, I didn't snooze the ad. I don't know why that happened. I'm just going to run a commercial now so that it stops. It's stupid bullshit. He'll give us no pre-rolls for a bit. I hate running all the ads, believe me, but it's the only way Twitch will be functional. Has there been any official statement from Microsoft on this? They should have done this forever ago. The fact that they weren't limiting the requests more heavily before is kind of insane. It's just Microsoft can burn money because it's Microsoft. I can do this one. Okay, I'll prioritize these by actual priority. Thank you for that. Gonna cover this. Yeah, I can throw this in as well. Good call out. Okay. Halfway through with 10 days left. Interesting. Good to know. We're going to be changing limit stuff in the near future. We got a lot of work to do first. Let's see. This is actually a very, very useful piece. Sticking this in here too. Let's get started. I need to do my offset marker. It is at, I'll aim for 0022. Make it a little faster. Cool. Projects will absolutely be added. I have something else planned first that's similar that fits my use case better. And once we have that out, I'm going to get a better idea of how others feel about it before we do anything else. I'm going to get rid of this first. I'll leave it in there. I want this one, though. Less good. Cool. Much better. Okay, this is good enough for me to run with. God, I have so many thoughts. This is going to be a spicy video. This will be fun. I'm going to close my door quick and then we'll get started. Interesting. I have no idea how the fuck you did this. I'll take a look later for sure. Did you reverse engineer our Dexy implementation this deeply? Fuck you, Yash. We have to chat. This is one of the best job applications I've ever seen, and I'm not even hiring right now. Fuck me. God damn it, Yash. Make sure we actually chat after stream. I feel like I say that every other stream and then don't execute on it, but like, make sure I follow up this time. Fucking hell, man. We know about the Arc browser bugs. They're very, very annoying and non-trivial to solve. I have plans. But yeah. It's a user script that reverse engineers a significant portion of how T3 chat works and also patches in the Vercel AI SDK through Webpack chunks. It's kind of nuts because none of that code's being loaded client-side right now. Oh, ping the Discord. Yes, I will do that right now because otherwise I will absolutely forget to. Scroll to the right spot. Announcements. I did a good job of not forgetting most things this stream, okay? I did good. Anything else in here I need to cover? 20 years of Git I kind of want to do. There was a good interview with Linus Torvalds on it that I read most of. This isn't necessarily something I want to make content on, but I actually am probably going to build with. This I'm curious about, but not necessarily enough to make a whole video on. I'm going to go throw this in the notes for Llama 4. We do not have memory between chats yet. Oh yeah, the end of styled components I did actually want to cover. The end of styled components. Okay, I think I'm ready to go. Yeah, the misleading benchmarks is absolutely going to be in the Llama 4 thing. There's also somebody found that they changed the release date in the diff, which I thought was really interesting. Yeah, thank you, Val, for joining the T3 club over on YouTube. It's on the list. Thank you, Sebastian. Good to see you, man. Hope all's well. I have my new Next version here. This, I would say, is actually priority, just so we get it out in time. But we have to get all of these out beforehand, which will be fun. Got so much going on. Did we get cool new tools part 2 out yet? I feel like we didn't. God, I'm so behind on videos right now. We really need to get cool tools 2 out like ASAP. It's so behind, and I'm scared it's going to fall like criminally out of date. Cool. An example with RS Pack would be useful for the next video. I need to start filming. Let's dive right in. No, never ever want the link behavior. Let's dive right in and start Microsoft Crackdown on VS Code. There is no world in which an existing like open source thing like any type is good enough to run my team for compared to Notion. Like the data sync product is way too complex. Like I'm not using Notion as a note-taking app. I can't replace it with Obsidian. I can't replace it with all the other fucking tools everybody recommends. If you can actually somehow convince me that something else is better, I'll hire you to run my team, because you're wrong, you can't. Cool. Airtable's the closest thing, but it's not fucking close. Like, it's just the UX of Airtable's a little too jank for what it is. Anyways, Cursor or Microsoft bans VS Code forks. Let's do it. You've not missed anything. We haven't even started topics yet. Let's do it. Turns out that VS Code forks are a multi-billion-dollar industry. We've seen many companies finding a lot of success with their forks, including, of course, Cursor, my editor of choice, and also, admittedly, a company I invested in. I've also invested in the competition, though. Okay, I have the flow here. I don't like where my hair is falling. I didn't really like style my hair. Part of the change was so I wouldn't have to. Yeah, that's fine. We'll go with it. Cool. Turns out VS Code forks are a billion-dollar industry at the... Turns out a VS Code fork can be a billion-dollar company. We have a couple of them now, including my editor of choice, Cursor. I am also an investor, just to be clear, but I'm an investor in Microsoft too, which is the company we're mostly here to talk about today. Because a bunch of people using Microsoft's extensions for VS Code, well, they are for VS Code, but they're using them in other editors, they started seeing this error. All of a sudden, people who are using the C++ extension for VS Code inside of Cursor or Windsurf can't anymore. And it's not just the VS Code, or it's not just the C++ extension. There's a bunch of others too, including .NET and a handful of other things. And yeah, people are unhappy. This isn't as simple as it seems, though. It's not just Microsoft randomly showing up and trying to ruin everything for their competition. There's some subtlety here that I think is worth engaging in. And as much as you might think I am biased, I'm going to be a little bit harsh towards Cursor here, too. So You're excited to hear all of that. So since my investment might be... Since I have more money in Microsoft than Cursor, I'm hurting a bit right now on the stock market. So let's hear a quick word from today's sponsor before we dive in. Cool. My tea cold enough yet? Needs a little more time. Anyways. So what is going on here? This is a picture from a GitHub issue that somebody opened on the Cursor repo. This is upsetting because the C++ built-in extension for just basic syntax highlighting and all the other things you expect no longer works. So if you're a C++ dev and you were using Cursor, you just suddenly had the entire editor. So if you're a C++ user on Cursor, so if you're a C++ dev using Cursor, this just suddenly broke for you, and that sucks. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. Obviously, this is not great. Handful of people would go back to this old version, and it was able to work correctly. There was also the install specific version dropdown that seems to be kind of gone now, which is frustrating. It's going to be fun. I know more than most because I've published a VS Code extension that's somewhat popular. So I have a lot of thoughts here. Seems like they're even suppressing different older versions when you try to install different ones, which is fun. Thankfully, at the very least, they were able to get the C++ extension working, and they have a plan going forward in order to make things work long term. Very excited for all of that. But I want to break down what's going on and how we actually got here. The end of VS Code forks. Oops. I'm also going to go throw this in the titles here because I like this title. So I want to break down a little bit of history before we dive in, because there's a ton of drama here, including the new VS Code stuff that just released that people are suspecting is the reason for this. I'll give you guys all my thoughts on that in a little bit. This is going to be a bit of a Microsoft defense video, and I'm already scared of how people are going to feel. Let's dive in. We need to start with the editor that kind of kickstarted this whole VS Code type revolution. I want to see if you guys can guess in chat which editor I'm thinking of that kickstarted all of this. Yeah, thank you, Val, for the donation here. Really appreciate it. YouTube is broken. Adam. Very close. Very close, guys. Here we are. Sublime Text. So my first hot take people are going to be pissed about is that Sublime Text started the minimal extensible editor revolution. Not discounting what like Vim and NeoVim and Emacs and all of those things did, but like NeoVim release date. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sublime Text was before even NeoVim, which is obviously significantly more extensible than traditional Vim. So I stand by my statement. The idea of a minimal editor that is extensible with a community-run marketplace really started with Sublime Text. That said, Sublime Text didn't really have this functionality built in. It was kind of modded in by the community. Vim was extensible is the most you've shown your age in a minute, Ethan. As smart as you are, you have not been around long enough to know how miserably impossible you've not been around long enough to know how miserable it was to try and add anything to Vim. There's a reason the whole community moved over to NeoVim. The extensibility in Vim was absolute garbage. I would even make the argument that NeoVim felt more necessary to exist because Sublime showed how powerful a community like that could be. Yeah, VimL is terrible. I'm happy you guys get it. Anyways, because Sublime Text was so, frankly, better than anything before it, but also wasn't built for this level of extensibility, and most importantly, wasn't open source, some changes needed to happen. So Sublime had community extensibility, free to use, fast as hell, minimal too. This combo was very, very interesting to the greater like software dev world, where it was free, fast, community extensibility, and generally speaking, kind of minimal. Big part of the community accessibility, or big part of the community extensibility is that it's not just like possible, but the tools are relatively accessible. It was a bit of a mess with Sublime simply because it wasn't originally built into the editor. It was a community thing that you would run in Sublime to add the extension capabilities, but very quickly became more and more core to Sublime and the community around it. The community accessibility was huge in Sublime, but there was a catch. Not open source. Sublime Text was a paid editor, still is to this day. It's free to use, but every 20 saves, if I recall, a little pop-up comes up saying, hey, you should pay for me. And even when I was like working at Twitch, I still left it in the free tier because it was just easier than going through the process getting a license paid for by Twitch. So even though it is free to use, it is a paid editor, worth considering. Anyways, because of all of these things, and a certain company that cared a lot about open source, you might have heard of them, GitHub, decided to join in. And GitHub introduces a new editor named Atom. Atom was built around community extensibility. So it was even easier to add extensions, create them, and all of it was in JavaScript. The reason it was in JavaScript wasn't just because they wanted to make it more accessible. It's because the team who built it was mostly a web development team. And if they wanted to make an editor that worked across all platforms, they'd either have to hire native engineers for Linux, for Windows, and for Mac, or they'd have to figure out how to make it work with web technologies, which is why they invented a certain technology you may have heard of, Electron. Yes, if you didn't know it, Electron got its name because it's one of the most important pieces of Atom, the editor. It was built to make it easier to distribute one program written with web technologies across all platforms. And it is the only reason Atom could succeed. It's also one of the biggest reasons that I think Microsoft started paying attention to GitHub. It was fully free and open source. Big deal. Very big deal. Still relatively minimal. And obviously, since it's fully free and open source, you can just use it for whatever you want. This made Atom a very, very compelling new option, even though, let's be real, it was a bit slow. Especially compared to Sublime, Atom didn't always feel great to use. It was also missing a lot of like the deeper integrations you would expect from a traditional IDE. Sublime kind of was as well, but more of that had been flushed out by the community at that point. Atom didn't really have things figured out for the traditional IDE experience. Also, its startup times were garbage. I specifically remember that. I personally was finding myself still using Sublime for the most part, simply because I liked the support I had for gigantic files. I already had my extensions and everything set up, and I didn't feel like I was getting an upgrade moving to Atom. But Atom really broke new ground, and I know a lot of devs that's first editor ended up being Atom, which is still kind of crazy when I think about it, especially because Atom is now dead. This trend made Microsoft think a lot. They had to think about a lot of things because this trend of minimal extensible editors kind of forced Microsoft to think about where their editors stood. Time for the next controversial take I'm sure people will love. Visual Studio. To be clear, Visual Studio, not code, not VSC, just standard Visual Studio. It's one of the best and most comprehensive IDEs ever made. As someone who did their time in Eclipse, I've always been kind of floored at the level of capability and quality that exists in Visual Studio. It was so far ahead of everything else. Like going from as a kid playing with Dreamweaver to something as capable and stable as going from the entirely broken, unstable experience using Dreamweaver and honestly even Front Page back in the day to Visual Studio with .NET was huge quality of life improvement. And it really helped pioneer what we think of as the modern IDE with like a play button in the editor, with a test suite that you could run from the actual editor UI, and enough going on that you weren't in the terminal the entire time you were building. It was genuinely groundbreaking. It's still, to this day, one of the best IDEs ever made, and more importantly, one of the best IDE teams ever made. So imagine you're the exec in charge of this crew here. You know they have built one of the best editors ever, and that the team building it knows more about good editor experiences than almost anybody in the world. Yet you look over here, and what you see is that a ton of devs, especially earlier career devs, are hopping on this new wave with these open source, free, extensible editors that are a much worse experience than what you're providing with Visual Studio. You start to think. You start to think a lot. And when you look at Atom and you realize its biggest flaw, it's not Electron. It's that the team building it is a web dev team. Sure, the fact that it's a web dev team resulted in them using Electron, but it also resulted in it not being the best editor it possibly could be. And that is why Microsoft starts VS Code. The reason for this is that it was very clear the community wanted tools like Atom and Sublime, and Visual Studio in its current state would never, ever fit what we're looking for as a more minimal editor. Like, I can't imagine building a traditional website in NextJS using Visual Studio. It just feels like funny. So they started VS Code as like Visual Studio Lite, almost, with the explicit goal of making it easier to get started with and make more extensions for a Visual Studio-like experience. It was also very much positioned as Visual Studio for web devs, which I honestly think is a really good decision at the time, as web dev stuff was getting more and more popular, as React was starting to blow up, Node was getting more and more prominent too. It made a lot of sense for them to put a second editor out there to be the thing to deal with all those technologies, to get out of the way of Visual Studio. Even just as a keep the Visual Studio product from getting cluttered strategy, it made a lot of, even just as a way of keeping Visual Studio from getting cluttered, I think this strategy made a lot of sense. And to describe the characteristics of Visual Studio, I'm going to just do this. And to describe, I'm going to retake this, I think it's funny. To describe the characteristics of Visual Studio Code with my little dropdown, I'm just going to copy paste this one for no reason in particular. VS Code. Built around community extensibility, Electron, fully free and open source, less minimal, includes useful tools for TS in particular. And it was a bit slow, less so. Not like, is it as fast as Sublime? No. But is it as slow as Atom? Absolutely not. It's relatively solid performance. I find that the things that slow down VS Code tend to not necessarily be VS Code, rather the extensions you're running, TypeScript server, those types of things, but those can be slow in other places too. There is one other important piece here though. TypeScript 1. I don't think anyone expected TypeScript to be the gigantic winner it was, including Microsoft and the TypeScript team. It's pretty absurd the level at which TypeScript just came in and dominated the space. And VS Code was, without question, the editor for TypeScript. That kind of gave them a win by default with TypeScript's success. But VS Code as an editor was good enough that the whole community started moving over to it. But I would say almost inarguably, VS Code's initial success came from the fact that TypeScript was doing so well that people wanted the best TypeScript editor And VS Code was obviously that, because there was a lot of alignment between those teams. VS Code showed that the structure of Atom could be executed differently and made into something way better and way more powerful. And I honestly think it's one of the biggest flexes ever that the Visual Studio team could come in, take someone else's playbook, and make something so much comically better that eventually the alternatives just shut down. And that's what happened. Atom is officially dead, deprecated, no longer being maintained. The company that built it, GitHub, got bought by Microsoft, in my opinion, not just for building up better There's a lot of reasons that Microsoft bought GitHub, and most of them make a lot of sense. The biggest by far is developer sentiment, getting a product that developers really like, because at the time, Microsoft was struggling to get developers to like them. But one of those pieces was, without question, Electron. And it's funny how this all comes full circle back to Microsoft and where we are today. But remember the thing I just said. VS Code shows that, retake this. VS Code shows that a talented team can take someone else's, let me write it first. VS Code shows that a good team can take someone else's playbook, execute 10 times better, and win huge. Because again, VS Code and Atom, very, very, very similar. And it is effectively inarguable that VS Code would have happened without Atom. Like, it just wouldn't. VS Code is Microsoft's attempt at re-rolling the Atom playbook. And the only reason we don't call Microsoft an evil copycat is because they then bought GitHub. So it's fine. And seems like chat just realized where we're going here. Cursor pulled the VS Code. Yes. The same way that just absolute absurd amounts of work went into making Electron a capable platform for building real applications, and then VS Code gets to just piggyback on all of that. Cursor is doing the same with VS Code. It's weird when you think about it this way, but I do really believe it. This is the benefit of open platforms, is you allow for innovation to happen on higher levels like that. And I think the innovation that we've seen with a tool like Cursor, despite the fact that I'm an investor, obviously account for my biases, but I'm also, again, have way more money in Microsoft right now, and it's hurting. So yeah, Cursor really meaningfully improved the editor experience I was having. And I was skeptical at first. I churned probably 3 times before Cursor really stuck for me. And now it's just essential to the way I write code. I have a video plan where I talk more in depth on how my way of writing code has changed so meaningfully since I got more Cursor and AI pilled. But I spend way more time thinking and planning how I want to build the thing. I'll sometimes have multiple plans. And then I can go into Cursor and try out these different paths way quicker and figure out which one actually ends up making sense. It's meaningfully increased the quality of the code I'm putting out, not because it's a better coder than me, but because I can try more things. It's changed the way I code, and I'm very, very thankful to be using Cursor every day. Which is why today's news is kind of heartbreaking. Cursor is built on top of VS Code. Obviously, we all know this. So is Windsurf, so are these other things. One of the biggest points of why we like VS Code is the community extensibility. In particular, the Microsoft VS Code Marketplace. Despite the fact that VS Code is open source and the vast, vast majority of the extensions for it are also open source, the store itself is not. So Cursor, despite being built on top of VS Code, technically never had the rights to use the full VS Code store. As far as I know, they never did. They were using the open VSX marketplace that it sounds like was made by Eclipse. Yes. Yeah. Eclipse has their own fork of VS Code that they maintain to remove the vendor preferences. They call it vendor neutral. And part of getting this out and valuable was to make sure they had a good solution for including these extensions or VSX files. Oh, never mind. I was wrong. They weren't using OpenVSX. Okay, cut when I started talking about the extension stuff. I want to make sure I get this all right. Did Cursor have the whole VS Code marketplace at some point? It did use the traditional store. Do we have any evidence of that? When did this article come out? Can I see how long this has been up for? Way back. Machine. Okay, this page has existed since at least October. Okay, it's Cursor API. Okay, this looks like it was still published then. Okay. They've used OpenVSX since at least November. Okay. This is very, very helpful. Thank you. By April 2023, XHD, where did you find that quote? I know the terms. I have those open. I just want to find when what the order of events is for cursor changing, how things came up. Aha. Okay, so did it always use OpenVSX? I think it's fair to say it always used OpenVSX. I'm not positive, but yeah. Change log cursor marketplace. Interesting. Okay. This is the thing I don't know what it is. My guess is that this is a wrapper around OpenVSC, but it's possible this was a hacky wrapper around the actual VS Code marketplace, which would have been very anti or against the terms. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, interesting. Hacky wrapper, yes. Okay, thank you guys. I have relative confidence this is the case now. Thank you guys all. And also, Val, thank you so much for the continuous donations. Really appreciate you. Anyways. Okay, phase cut to here. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, back to my Scala draw. Cool. So, find back like wherever we were talking about the way things are built on top of each other. Now that we've hopefully established this, you might see where we're going. Cursor is built on VS Code roughly the same way in many senses that VS Code was built on top of Electron and Atom. It's fair to say that VS Code wouldn't exist without Atom, and obviously Cursor wouldn't exist without VS Code. Kind of, because funny enough, believe it or not, they originally weren't using VS Code for the base of Cursor. They were using something based on top of CodeMirror, but they moved over to VS Codium. And when they did that, they were using the OpenVSX marketplace, which was created originally by our friends over at, of all places, Eclipse, because they wanted a better embedded editor for a bunch of different platforms. So they built Eclipse Theo, which is a vendor-neutral fork of VS Code, and they introduced OpenVSX, which is an open extension marketplace for VS Code formatted extensions, which are VSX files. And that's what they used for Cursor. Used previously, to be clear, because starting near the end of 2023, they moved over to the Cursor marketplace. Here's where the speculation is going to start a bit, though, because we don't really technically know what the Cursor marketplace is. There was never, as far as I know, any way for a developer to publish their extension on the VS Code marketplace. Or, as far as I know, there was never any way for a developer to publish their extension on the Cursor marketplace directly. And it also seems like a handful of extensions weren't there because they had this post they made at least as far back as November or before. I had the Let me find it. Here, cool. This article has existed on the Cursor. I love that. This article has existed on the Cursor site since at least October of last year. Not quite 2023, sadly, when a lot of this stuff is relevant. So it seems like they got to do whatever they did smoothly for around a year. Then there were enough questions about certain extensions that were missing that they published this article that showed the solution. You'd go to the Microsoft Store, you would click the download button to download the extension from the marketplace, you would open the extensions pane in Cursor and then drag it in. This article is still up right now. Shows you where to go, where to drag it, and how to do it. So let's try it. Let's grab mine, material theme sue. Material theme, but I won't sue you. Here we are. So we're here, and then what's the next step? Under resources, click download extension. Let's do it. Resources, Here's where the fighting back starts. Microsoft has been making sly changes to make it harder and harder for others to build the VS Code marketplace in. And this is one of those changes. They removed the download button. And I know for a fact this has been there for a while now because I was trying to do this in order to get the possibly spyware material theme from the original creator a while back, like end of year a while back. And I couldn't. So they've had the download button gone for a while now. So this article's technically not useful anymore because the download extension button is gone. Microsoft has cracked down on your ability to download the extension files outside of the official Microsoft Store in VS Code. The reason that this hasn't affected many people, I think, is because of where most Cursor users came from. Most Cursor users came from VS Code. This is starting to change now that the whole vibe coding thing is going on. But for the longest time, Cursor users didn't come from Visual Studio. They didn't come from Xcode. They almost all came from VS Code. And since setting up Cursor will allow you to import all of your things, like your extensions, from VS Code, I don't think many people had to actually go search for and install their extensions. So they never ran into a handful of these problems. Were those extensions getting updated properly? Probably not. But as someone who ships software people install on their devices, most people gladly, blindly run very out-of-date software without even knowing. And I am pretty sure a big part of why this didn't become a drama until recently is because most of the Cursor users that have extensions that they have strong feelings about just had them all come in from VS Code anyways. But that's not the important details here. Back to September in 2023, it is my belief, and again, total speculation here, I don't have confirmation, but it is my belief that the Cursor Marketplace is a wrapper around the official Visual Studio Marketplace, which, again, total speculation here. I'm not saying this is somebody who has inside information or any additional details from the company, so I went out of my way to not contact either parties as to not bias me. This is very, 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 very likely to be against Microsoft's terms of service. The terms of service for the marketplace almost certainly the terms of service for the marketplace are very specific that there is no reverse engineering or wrapping to be done to their marketplace. And this was likely against the terms of service as such. It seems as though around October, November of last year, which lines up again with the dates for this how to download an extension thing, around that time, Cursor moved away from wrapping the Microsoft Store and instead towards wrapping OpenVSX. Seeing if in here. Interesting. There's nothing here that feels like it. Post you sent. Next post. Oh, is it the vindication quote post? Yeah. That's not very strict, actually. It says they are designed to work with, not explicitly only allowed to work with. Yeah, I know that there's a clear message in the whatever, like, how do I put it? Like, that the error now has a clear message, but when did the terms get updated to be this strict? Condition 2, last updated January. Okay. Okay, cut back to wherever I said. Actually, right after I said the terms of service thing, cut there. When I said like the very, very, very likely. So remember I just said it's very, 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 very likely that Microsoft's terms would explicitly prevent what Cursor was doing? I'm less sure, because this version of the Studio Marketplace terms of use from 2021 doesn't have anything that would suggest what they were doing wasn't really allowed beyond this Microsoft's publicly supported interfaces, including without limitation through automated harvesting, spidering, or scraping the marketplace. So scraping was not allowed. And they say password, hacking, mining, whatever, not allowed. They are not very explicit that this isn't okay, that wrapping it isn't okay. I thought there would be a much more explicit call out here. There isn't. And I'm saying that so confidently because they published an update in January of this year that is much, much stricter. You may not import, install, or use offerings published by Microsoft or GitHub or Microsoft affiliates in any product or services except for the in-scope products and services. That's a very, very explicit call out. Very big difference here. Yeah, there's something else in here that seems too significant, but that was the biggest piece for sure. So I can pretty confidently say at this point that up until these changes were published, I can now pretty confidently say that up until these changes were published, making a wrapper for the official VS Code marketplace, iffy on where it stands terms-wise. They wouldn't have made this change otherwise, but it does make a lot of sense. So, yeah. My guess is this change might have been planned or started earlier. It's possible they even contacted Cursor and told them, hey, by the way, we're going to be making these changes. We're going to be more restrictive. And my guess is that that was when they made the move over to using the OpenVSX marketplace. And that's when people started reporting in November that their extension wasn't showing up because they only had published it on VSC's official marketplace, not on the OpenVSX marketplace. And again, I think this didn't become a big story then because most people just got their extensions from VS Code, and the important ones for things like C++ support and Python support would all be bundled by the editor directly. That is what changed, and that is what's scary here. So let's break this down in order. Cursor moves from Code Mirror to VS Code base. Cursor, I'll do this with timestamps. This was in April 2023. April 2023, Cursor moves from Code Mirror to VS Code. September 2023, Cursor introduces the Cursor Marketplace, which we believe likely a wrapper of the official marketplace. Up until then, it was using OpenVSX. At this point, they built their Cursor Marketplace, which I believe was a wrapper. Then I'll vaguely say September 2024. It's actually, I think October is more confirmed, or at the very least, we know for a fact it's November. So I'm just going to say November. November 2024, Cursor's Marketplace is now based on OpenVSX. VSC extensions, or official extensions, can't be searched for in editor. This is also the same time that they published that article I showed before, how to install any VS Code extension in Cursor. My suspicion is that all of these things happened around the same time, because either they were expecting a terms of service change or it had already happened and we just don't have logs of when that TOS existed. That's actually a very good call up. Cool. So as far as we know, it was January 2025 where Microsoft publishes stricter TOS for Marketplace. They have changed the name to be a bit more generic, and it also included the NuGet stuff that they own. But this was when we know the new terms were out. Think there's anything here that's important. No, nothing too important. Cool. I really want to know when the download button disappeared, because I think that'll be helpful. So we're going to figure it out. It's got to find like a really, really popular extension. Perfect. Grab this, hop over to Wayback Machine. Oh no, if that's going to be a loading spinner, that means it's pulling data. It means that we probably won't get to see when it would have been removed. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Here's the earliest. Here's the earliest confirmation. 64 days ago, so this would have been early February, the change was made where you couldn't download from extensions on the VS Code store. Also interesting is Isidoran's hopping in here. He's been super helpful with me with all the chaos around the material theme stuff, so I do trust him a lot. So when he says that one of the main reasons for removal of the download extension button was that it wasn't supporting pre-release extensions because of how it was doing the download of the newest version, which was problematic for splitting version types and having pre-release versus the main version. It would just always download the latest, which wasn't always the right thing. No, not what I'm trying to use. This does not include the things I was interested about. 1B specifies. Are intended for use only with. This is intended. Not as strict. The new change was much stricter, to be very clear. Okay, I'm going to stick with what I said before. This one is very interesting though. Okay, so again, February, confirmed by the Microsoft team, they did remove the download button, but they had internal reasons and tickets that made this happen. So February 2025, Microsoft removes the download button from the browser version of the marketplace. And this is where my conspiracy theory starts. And I'm just going to drop it now and I'll fulfill it later. I don't think this was one decision at Microsoft to hurt all of these forks. I think this is a lot of teams that aren't necessarily orchestrating together, making decisions that previously wouldn't have mattered because VS Code was VS Code, but the change of what the role of the VS Code platform is has resulted in certain actions that likely were taken for other reasons, looking like an attack on something like Cursor. So my conspiracy is that I don't think this is fully intentional. We'll get to why I think that as we go. Cool. So February 2025, the extension has been removed. So February 2025, the download button's been removed. What happens next? Last week is April 3rd. Okay. So nothing happens in March as far as I know. But at the start of April, people start seeing the error that I opened this video with. The C++ and C or the C++ extensions may only be used within Microsoft Visual Studio, Visual Studio for Mac, Visual Studio Code, Azure DevOps, and all these other Microsoft products, clearly being restricted from these other things. And to be clear, this is always in their terms, and also of note, where did I put this license? The license for the C and C++ extension for VS Code was never open source. It's a source available license. They never open sourced their C and C++ language extensions because they're very complex and obnoxious and part of other Microsoft stuff. The fact that they're source available is cool, but they are not open source, to be very, very clear. Wait, is that true? Because this is MIT licensed. I'm now confused about the gap in the licensing here. Like, can I build and use this, or does it pull in things? Okay, the runtime licenses. Okay, so the runtime is licensed differently. The extension isn't. It's confusing. So if somebody was to fork this or set up an auto builder for this, an embed system for it, I wouldn't be surprised if they accidentally did that, assuming that they would be following the license. Because if you go here, you click license, it's MIT licensed. Doesn't seem too suspicious. Even here, the binary files are included in the official VSX files distributed by Microsoft. They're governed by more restrictive proprietary licenses. Makes sense. But I even instinctively glanced over that and assumed it was MIT, which it's not. And I'm sure that is the case for a handful of these. Like if I hop into the license here, Python debugger is MIT. The Python extension is only available in binary form and released under a Microsoft proprietary license. You get the idea. The licensing for a lot of these extensions is confusing. So as of April 2025, certain Microsoft language extensions are now being restricted on non-official editors. And this all seems pretty clearly planned, especially when you learn that right around the same time here, Microsoft releases agent mode plus MCPs for VS Code. It's like so obvious that the reason Microsoft's suddenly restricting all of these editors is because they added the functionality to VS Code and they want to be the better option, right? Kind of. And here is where we can finally now, with the whole timeline roughly structured, go into Theo conspiracy land. My honest suspicion here is that this guy, the download button being removed, this guy, the agent mode, and this guy, certain extensions being restricted, are three different decisions made by three different teams that have very little to do with each other. I do not believe this is some higher level orchestration, because you could very easily look at these three things and say, this is the Microsoft plan to destroy Cursor and Windsurf. I really don't think that's the case. Istorn helps a lot with managing the... Istorn very clearly from his reply here does not seem to be part of some internal plan to destroy Cursor. It is his understanding that at this moment, Cursor is just using OpenVSX. He clearly, from how this is written, isn't part of some crazy conspiracy to destroy VS Code, or it's very clear just reading this that he's not part of some plan to destroy these forks. He's very transparent and real here about where things are at, what his understanding is, and why this change was made. They're not hiding the reasons here. We can speculate on the plan, but this isn't a thing that this well planned. That's not how these big companies work. This isn't Apple. There's no planned execution path. It's Microsoft. It's a bit of a mess. It's a beautiful mess, and they can make some awesome things, but I really do not think this is an example of Microsoft conspiring to destroy their competition. The only thing in here that I would say is clearly that is the agent mode and MCP stuff. But even that is like relatively un-Microsoft, because Microsoft has a partnership with OpenAI, but all the agent mode stuff and the MCP stuff, they're heavily using and demoing it with... But with all the agent and MCP stuff that is put into VS Code, the demos are using Claude and Anthropic, which is competition with their biggest partner, and Google. Microsoft and Google hate each other. So for them to be using Google models shows the level at which they want to make a good editor here and how hard they're willing to play to compete on the editor team directly. The extensions team, or the team working on the language extensions, in particular, the C++ ones, the .NET ones, and I guess also potentially the Python ones, that's a different team, possibly for each of those languages, especially on the .NET side. And my honest guess, genuinely, this is what I think happened here. I suspect the .NET team was getting bug reports. And some of those bug reports were from forks. And some of those bug reports were almost certainly from forks like Cursor or Windsurf. Since these forks all forked a very, very long time ago, as we saw back in April of 2023, it has been 2 years since Cursor moved to the VS Code base, which was a fork. And it was built up of VS Codium, which is a fork that might be even more outdated. Obviously, all of these projects try to backport meaningful, important changes. But if there is an improvement to how VS Code works and how it integrates with different language extensions, it's very possible that improvement doesn't make it to Cursor immediately. And it takes some time if it ever gets there. Same with Windsurf, same with all these other IDEs. And if you're the team that doesn't even use VS Code, much less all of these forks, you're primarily living in Visual Studio land, but since you're on the .NET team, you have to make this one extension for this one editor. All of a sudden, there's a bunch more bug reports that are coming from other editors. I sympathize with this problem because I deal with it too. I would guess that over half of our support tickets and questions are people asking why our captions are so broken, because we use Google reCAPTCHA to make sure you don't destroy our servers. Google reCAPTCHA works way better than what we were using prior, which was reCAPTCHA has been working way better than what we had before, which was Cloudflare Turnstile. But the problem we have is that certain browsers, and by browsers I mean browser, and by browser I mean Brave, despite being based on Chromium and the whole V8 JavaScript Google ecosystem, it still regularly fails to properly pass with a decent score using reCAPTCHA. It's the only browser that doesn't let our users consistently score over a 70%. It's the way that CAPTCHA measures is with a number 0 to 1. If you're over 80%, you're almost certainly human. If you're over 70, you're probably human. Brave's the only browser that consistently scores like a 0.2 and a 0.3. And it's obnoxious. It's genuinely super, super annoying that this one browser doesn't give enough space for it. It's just genuinely so annoying that this one browser is a huge support burden for us, even though it makes up such a small percentage of our users. As such, I can very much sympathize with the .NET team if they are getting inundated with bug reports because one of these forks is using something old or using something wrong that causes their extension to break. That would very much lead to what we saw here, which is them throwing this giant annoying blocking warning whenever you do it. I know that because I've built services that do the same thing. This is Ping. This is my video call service for doing live content collaborations. You might have noticed as soon as I went to sign in here, your browser isn't supported. It looks like you're using unsupported browser. You will not be able to join calls. Yeah, we were strict about it. And I'm signing in quick just to show. Then once I'm signed in and I try to join, we don't support your browser. Due to video quality and connection issues, we do not support video calls in your browser. Yeah. We're strict with it. And to be clear, if you are using Brave and you're a paid subscriber for T3 Chat, you'll have no issues because we don't enforce the CAPTCHAs for paid users. It is just a way to keep abuse, it's just a way for us to keep abuse way down, and it's helped beyond belief there. But with certain tools, certain browsers, certain engines, certain things you have to support, it's often the case that supporting it is more work than you could possibly get back in return, especially if there's no incentive to support it, especially if supporting it is giving a win to your competition. So I just genuinely think the .NET team who was maintaining that extension was tired of those bug reports and decided the quickest fix was to just disable it for those users and make it someone else's problem. And it makes all the sense in the world that that would happen. The removing of the download button one is weirder, but since we have that explanation from Isdorn, I don't think it's that big a deal. I do just genuinely think they removed it temporarily because they wanted to figure out a workaround to the split version branching problem. And now that workflow doesn't work anymore. Then combined with this, the two of these things together, especially when you remember they just put out the agent mode, this does feel like an obvious, clear, conspiratorial thing that Microsoft is doing. And I understand why people are so convinced this is the case. I've even seen people who called this a while back that are very proud of what they're saying now because they are certain they said this would happen, the free ride would end, and now it's over. And in many ways it is, to be clear. This is a very, very real moment where suddenly the VS Code platform is apparently not available to be used and wrapped to the same extent people wanted. One of the biggest reasons to do VS Code forks instead of building your own editor was so you had access to this whole extension marketplace. It's actually one of the biggest problems that Zed, the IDE, has, is that they don't have the ability to use the existing tools and technologies that people have built around VS Code. But it looks like these forks are limited in how much they have too. My guess going forward is that the future is going to look interesting. I think it'll be a combination of taking advantage of imports from VS Code, because that flow works well enough, encouraging more and more devs to start publishing their things on the open VSIX marketplace, because it's so important to have an open marketplace people can use to get these things. And I am guessing we're going to see better open alternatives to the C++ runtime that is a proprietary embedded thing inside of the C++ extension. And I think this is going to hurt .NET in general. I saw a handful of .NET devs that were very, very burned here because they like .NET a lot, they like Cursor a lot, and the likelihood that a good .NET experience will exist in Cursor going forward is very, very low. I don't think Microsoft is in a position to do much to these other companies right now. I have seen speculation about Microsoft potentially suing them or making life harder for them. They really can't. And even if they could, it would hurt their brand and image too much to be worth it. Like, they still have to eat so much shit for the lawsuit against Netscape that I can't imagine them making a public optics mistake that would hurt their rep with developers that hard. Right now, people are like 50-50 on if they're mad at Microsoft versus mad at Cursor. They want to keep it that way. And the least they do, the better they look in this situation. And we have to remember the role of VS Code. Probably should have brought this up way earlier. VS Code was never, ever, ever meant to make money. Microsoft's plan with VS Code was at no point, we're going to charge for this and make a money printing machine, selling extensions and doing all this other stuff. Microsoft never had a plan to make money on VS Code. If anything, it hurt their advantage with Windows because it was the first time they were supporting a good editor that worked well on Mac. VS Code was not a project VS Code is not a project Microsoft started to make money. It's one they started to try and smooth out the branding and relationship they had with the developer community. Again, similar to TypeScript. TypeScript wasn't to make money, it was to improve their dev experience and also open source to improve their reputation with the developer world. And it worked wonderfully. VS Code is one of the best examples of Microsoft caring about developers and the tools and technologies they need to ship. They wanted to be loved by devs again. And they've not really made decisions around VS Code to make money. They've made decisions around VS Code to make devs happy in hopes that long term that will position Microsoft to make more money in the future. And I just don't see that changing. Obviously, when you look at a company like Cursor and see the valuation they just raised at, you get a little jealous and your instinct is to try and copy it or make it harder for them if you're competing. But I don't think that's the case here. I really don't think Microsoft's goal here is to destroy these other options and print a whole bunch of money as a result. I think they just want to make better dev tools. And I feel the same way with the agent mode and MCP stuff. Obviously, this is being driven by the success of Cursor and Windsurf. But I also think it's coming from the fact that the people working on it are just excited about it. I had a chat with a handful of the people working on this stuff recently, and they were so genuinely hyped about it. It's not just a big company trying to do this thing to destroy other people, it does feel like a team of people who are excited and care and are building things that they are excited about. And that was always the point of VS Code. It was to build better sentiment and make devs happier again. So knowing that, it's hard for me to believe that this is some crazy plot of the Microsoft team trying to destroy all of these forks. And I'm not that concerned about the future for them, especially because the languages I use are not affected at all. But that's how I feel right now. There's a very good chance I am wrong, more than in almost any of the videos I normally do. So I'll be sure to publish an updated video and leave a comment accordingly if it turns out I was wrong and life does get meaningfully harder for these forks. Let me know what you guys think. Hope that was fun. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Nice, fun, chaotic. Over. Oh, that's a good point, actually, Chesk. I'm going to include this too before we end. Sorry, FaZe. Put this part in when we're talking about the licensing of the languages and how I found that the license is confusing. That was the other link in here. Cool. It's worth noting that the .NET extension is actually something that requires a paid Visual Studio subscription because .NET's very deeply built into Visual Studio. So there are people who are paying for a Visual Studio subscription, but are using Cursor or Windsurf, and they're installing this extension, which is now restricted. People who are paying for it can't use it anymore, but also shows the weirdness of that relationship between these language servers, these extensions, and the actual editor. But I don't necessarily think this is just an attack on their competition. We'll go into why I think that in a bit. Because Cursor's a better editor than VS Code. It's pretty simple. I did see Firebase Studio. Unless I'll use Marketplace offerings of Visual Studio product service. Yeah, it's not as strict, though. It's clear there was a huge strictness change with that update in January. Continue escalation. They could get away with this. Also, there's a lot of interesting things going on with open source combined with closed source marketplaces. It's really hard for me to not tangent into the Google thing. I want to so badly, and I've done such a good job avoiding it. Such a good job avoiding it. But this is very similar to the Google case that they just lost, where the app stores are changing significantly. I think I did a good job covering the chaos here, considering the severity of it. I am confident I have the best video on all of this for sure. I thank all the subs I missed while we were recording that. Ton of y'all, damn. God, that's an hour and a half recording. I'm sorry, FaZe. Okay, I think I got up to Way here. So we'll start there. Thank you, Cyan, for the 12 months. Yash here with the Prime for 22 months. Vital Titans. Oh, no, Vitamins. I remember your name now. Okay. We'll start with Ica then. Thank you, Ica, for the Prime. Timo for the 10 months of support. Para here with the Prime. TWT here with the 5 months of Prime. Scotty with the 18 months. Base Car here with the gift sub. Thank you so much for that. Also, thank you for the shout out for the more authentic. That's really what we're going for. Isabel here with the 18 months of support, year and a half, goddamn. 2 years from Rudo, 29 months total. Sebastian here, 18 months. Thank you so much. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for making sure we're staying on topic and covering the right things. Thor here with the 21 months of support, goddamn. Clumsy throwing the tier 3 sub. Thank you so much for joining the T3 club. Julian, 25 months of tier 1. Always good to see you, man. Thank you. We got Robert here with the tier 1. Dev here. Always good to see you, man. 18 months straight, or 18 months total. Appreciate it a ton. Yeah, Google's dropped a ton of shit. Jay Brew with the Prime. Amon here with the 32 months. Jesus Christ. Ian here with the 14. Not talked about RS Pack yet. We will, don't worry. Gamer Girl, 13 months. Thank you so much for the endless support. Simon here, 6 months in. Bought for Freed with the Prime. Ninja here with the 14 months straight, 17 or 19 total. And then Kevin Vandy, the OG tier 3, 35 months of support. Thank you so much, man. Cursor must navigate landscape workarounds uncertainty. Yep. Good night, Val. Thanks for all the help and the donations, by the way. Appreciate you a ton. Cool. That is in. What is next? I really want to talk about the next stuff. I'm also going to set the release date for this for ideally tonight. It'll be very, very hard to pull off, but like putting that there because I want it early tomorrow at latest. Sorry for the rush, but it's my fault for the vacation. I do want to talk about the NextJS things. Let's do it. I did not see this. Wait, I feel like I vaguely saw this. I can't remember exactly, though. Oh, have fun. The first time Kingdom Hearts playthrough is an interesting experience. Good luck. I say as a huge fan of the series. I'm going to switch this to be all chat again. It always breaks. Good old YouTube. It's funny, I specifically stopped using Yasha's site because it was broken in Firefox, even though the site's like totally fine and stable normally. And now even the official pop-out is broken. This is the actual like official link from YouTube. Seems like this tab is just dead. I need to keep this pinned. How do I unsplit? Anybody know how I unsplit tabs? Aha. There we go. Fun. This is very fun. I don't know if I'm the right one to cover this, and it seems slightly out of date now for me to cover it now, but very interesting. Good to know about. Thank you for the RS Pack partner link too. All very helpful stuff. Let's get started with it. NextJS 15.3. I will never stream more while coding. I hate coding on stream. I code in a corner on my couch alone. Oh, Val, I'm sorry. Thank you for the support. We appreciate it. Anyways, let's do it. Next 15.3. I need to be real with y'all. It's been pretty hard to defend Next.js over the last 2 years. There's a lot I love about it, but there have been a lot of things that rightfully people have been upset about. There's even a few that I'm personally very burned about. Don't get me started on the TurboPack stuff. It's been a lot. That said, there's been a significant course correction over the last few months, and we're starting to see it really come out with the latest version of Next, 15.3. There are a ton of useful changes both within the Next 15.3 release itself and within things going on around it, all of which are worth talking about and better understanding. So whether or not you're a Next.js dev, I think this will be useful just to better understand where the market is going and how Vercel is course correcting. If you are a Next.js dev, this is absolutely going to be an essential watch. But as you guys know, Vercel does not pay me anymore and hasn't for quite a while, so someone's got to cover the bills. So we'll be right back after the sponsor break, and then we'll dive right in. So what makes Next 15.3 so special? First and foremost, it is the build side of things, because TurboPack finally now supports builds in alpha. That means you probably shouldn't be using this for production just yet, but they are already using it for production already, but they've been using it for production already at Vercel, which is really, really cool to see. They share some numbers underneath here. First off, though, over half of dev sessions on Next 15 are already using TurboPack. So they've had support in dev for a while. All the projects I work in use TurboPack in dev. It is a massive difference. You go from waiting minutes for the dev environment to spin up to seconds, and updates with the hot reloading literally happen pretty much instantaneously, like under 100 milliseconds most of the time. It's so much better, and I couldn't work on a project the size of T3 Chat without TurboPack. It would just be miserable. The alternative would be Vite in the Vite ecosystem, which goes similarly fast, but you don't always have access to that when you're working on. But that doesn't necessarily carry you through things like the server and client side behaviors that Webpack and TurboPack currently allow. I've still yet to find a full stack Vite framework that feels as complete in its implementation on both server and client side. That's why I find myself in Next, even if I'm throwing away a bunch of the built-in stuff. Their clear split and path for both the server and client side, as well as the relationship between them, is still very convenient. Waku is so far, it is hilarious, but thank you for mentioning it. Waku is really cool as a server component demo. It is not cool as a full stack backend plus fronted in one code base thing. And Nuxt is cool, but not even close. Anyways. Vercel has maintained this Are We Turbo Yet page for a while now. Previously, it would default to development, where they had a set of tests that were needed for dev environments to work properly for Next Dev using TurboPack instead of Webpack. And there is just one random error here left. The rest are all handled. Now the site defaults to production, where it's still not quite there because they have to pass 8,095 tests. But they're very, very close. They have 57 left, and most projects should be able to at least build using this. Very, very cool to see. And the result's going to be way better build times. Since this can take more advantage of multi-core, multi-threading, because TurboPack was written in Rust, and it was written to use these threads and to use your processor better. 4 cores, you'll see a 28% speed improvement. 16 cores, you'll see 60%. And on a 30 core, probably not a desktop machine at your place, but some worker in the cloud, 83% faster builds. That's huge. Finally, having scaling with our threads fundamentally changes the build performance that we should expect using TurboPack in building our Next.js projects. This is not the only change to build, though. Historically, historically, the build tools have just kind of been part of Next.js directly. One of the main reasons Next came out is so we would have to stop fussing with our Webpack configs. And that's been great. But now there's another alternative for Webpack, RSPack. And as of this release, there is now officially community support for RSPack instead. So if you want to use other options that aren't fully part of the Vercel ecosystem, you can now. This is huge. I never thought I would see the day that the deep tie that Next.js has to Webpack and now TurboPack would be broken at all to allow other options. But Vercel actually directly reached out to the RSPack team, and I've been in touch with them for a bit about this stuff. They were so hyped because no one expected it. It really shows this change in the philosophy on the Next team. Instead of just being an all-in-one set of pieces that you use if you need them and you throw away if you don't, it's becoming more modular, where given parts can use the thing Vercel provides or the thing someone else provides, which is why this other announcement with the Deployment Adapters API is such a big deal. This isn't technically part of the 15.3 release, but it was clearly meant to be aligned with it. The goal with the Deployment Adapters API is to allow for Next to be deployed anywhere, including serverless platforms with custom requirements. This is an important distinction because right now, without any of these changes, you can absolutely deploy Next.js wherever you want. The catch is, you probably can only really deploy it in a Docker container because that's how you run Node applications. Vercel has built a really powerful infrastructure to split different parts of Next into different environments. So it's not just running in a Docker container. It's running compute in one place for your API calls and for your page gen. It's running a CDN somewhere else so it could serve static assets. It's running edge compute for middleware that redirects your requests. That separation is not fun to build yourself, and it is deeply baked into Vercel. And that's why Next is so nice on Vercel, not because they made it hard to deploy elsewhere. There is no other framework that could be deployed to any other place that provides the level of integration that Next does on Vercel. That's not because they built Next to work that way. It's because Vercel allows it. And there are other frameworks too, like obviously Svelte, which is built at Vercel now, but even frameworks like Solid Start, I don't have a good experience deploying other places, and the functionality is not as deeply baked, especially the hybrid of static content, semi-static content, cached on the CDN, and dynamic content. The integration there is really, really hard, especially when compute isn't just always running with a dedicated server. So despite the fact that you can absolutely run Next on a dedicated server with no issues, a lot of cool functionality in modern Next.js, like incremental static revalidation, caching, middleware rewrites, and all these other useful pieces were not trivial to implement in serverless environments. The goal of the Deployment Adapters API is to make it easier for other platforms like Netlify to support deploying Next.js due to their custom requirements. That is a huge change. It's also worth noting this is an RFC. It's a request for comments. We want to, the Vercel team, and Lee in particular, really want to hear from the community to make sure that if they do this, they get it right. They want to learn lessons from projects like OpenNext to make sure that Next.js can be deployed well, regardless of which environment you want to deploy it to. And limitations won't be in the integration between Next and the environment. It'll be the limitations of the environment itself. It is also worth noting that the existing build output API, that is the thing you build to ship on Vercel and take advantage of all of this infra, already is open and is a thing anyone can build integrations with. It'd be, as far as I understand, totally viable to port the Vercel build output format to run on something like Netlify, and then you can just build it the next Vercel way and deploy it on your stuff. But different services have different expectations. And if they don't perfectly align with that build output API, they're screwed, which is why they're proposing changing the build output structure in order to make it easier for their competition to host Next apps. That's kind of crazy. Think about this for a second, logistically speaking. Vercel is trying so hard to fix this reputation damage that they are spending a lot of money and effort and time and smart people's energy to make the build output of their main framework harder to maintain internally for Vercel for their product, but also way easier in general to deploy. This is a massive undertaking to make life easier for their competition because they think that is important right now due to the fact that people have been harassing them about this stuff for so long. I still have the hot take that Vercel did not really do anything wrong in terms of support for other platforms, but the features they introduced were so cool and compelling, but so tied to specific infrastructure implementations that it optically looked bad that these cool new features were hard to do or not even viable to do on other hosting platforms. I also suspect that there are fewer and fewer of those groundbreaking infrastructure features coming to Next in the future. So now is a good time to make this cut because I do not think we'll ever have another server component moment with Next. I don't think we'll have another app router moment with Next. The closest thing we'll have is the TurboPack moment when it's like actually ready. The question from Gabriel here is, will this slow down the pace of innovation of Next in the future? If the intent was to maintain the current pace, yes, absolutely. But I think the pace has inherently slowed down in terms of innovating within Next.js for a ton of reasons, be it the community outcry, the focus on AI stuff instead, the difficulty in integrating these things, the focus on making new infra primitives on Vercel directly instead. All of these things mean I would expect there to be much less innovation within the Next.js framework directly, which means it's okay to take a hit, so to speak, in your ability to iterate by changing the APIs these ways purely to help competition. ChatGPT now refers 10% of Vercel signups, which is accelerating. Yeah, you see where they are going. And adding more and more features to Next.js is no longer the strategy for the Next team and for Vercel. The future isn't more features in Next. The future is infra to better support the new types of apps and new types of developers who are building. Now time for the hot takes to start. I know many of you would argue you've already heard some, but Next is more open now. But yeah, you get the idea. Time for hot takes. So Next is definitely more open. The way I'm thinking about this is weird. That's why I want to write it all out. For a long time, my favorite way to try new tech has been Vercel. It's just been very reliable. The server primitives and the cool things you can do with it have been really, really killer. I've told this story a few times, but I got into Vercel as a front-end dev that had done a lot of back-end in the past, but had mostly moved to front-end, that was working at a small startup with a really, really shitty back-end team that was blocking me constantly. And I needed a few endpoints that they just weren't building for me that would hit an endpoint that we had like a specific API key for to get data that users needed. And I discovered a really cool thing, the /API directory. My app was a React app built, funny enough, with Snowpack at the time, and then I ported over to Vite when it got better. It's the last thing I did before I left this company. But with Vercel, if I deployed it there, I could add a directory named API, put a random TypeScript function in it, and all of a sudden that would automatically deploy to a serverless node environment that I could then hit from my app. That was magical. That was a huge, oh shit, I can do what moment for me. Even though this was very much, I ran the front end for this team, I was able to quickly stub out a specific backend function for a specific thing. This ended up being my introduction to the backend for front end pattern, and it fully rewired my brain. Huge, huge moment for me that led to the T3 stack existing was the discovery of this directory, not with Next, just as a feature on Vercel directly. So as I've said before, I got into Vercel way before I got into Next.js. I thought it was an unnecessary abstraction because I already knew how to do Webpack configs, and I had moved to Vite at that point. So the API directory and the ability to just deploy a Vercel function by writing some TypeScript or Python or whatever else absolutely destroyed my brain. This ended up being the reason Vercel was my platform of choice. When I tried any new framework, be it an update to Next, a new flavor of Remix, Solid Start, Svelte, anything else, Vercel was where I deployed it because I knew Vercel's infra well, I knew what it was capable of, and it was the easiest way for me to quickly see the differences between these tools and technologies. I would regularly publish different benchmarks in tools like Astro and Svelte and Solid, and I would deploy all of them on Vercel because it was the easiest way to test. In fact, there was a while where you couldn't run Next on Edge. So to test Vercel's Edge network, I was deploying Astro on it. Because again, Vercel was the best set of primitives for me to play with a new tool or technology. And I found myself using them all the time in that way. Other platforms have caught up in meaningful ways. Netlify has their own really cool stuff nowadays too, especially on the queuing side. They are killing it over there. But it's not as complete for a lot of the core function. But I still find myself reaching to Vercel simply because it's the one I'm familiar with and I understand the relationship between their primitives really well. What was I going to say next? Oh, yeah. So I think this is what's going to change a bit. Not that I won't like using Vercel, but almost the opposite. I use Vercel to test new frameworks. When a new framework comes out, the first thing I try to do is deploy it on Vercel. I see how that goes. What I think is going to happen now is, hopefully, I can use NextJS to test new providers. The same way I use Vercel to try out the new Svelte version, I see a future where I use NextJS to try out the new Cloudflare worker stuff. That would be very, very exciting for me. That would be a huge, exciting opportunity to test out the performance characteristics, cost benefit of different providers, and all of the other things you need to know about a given provider when you're making decisions for your business. All the things I like to talk about, I like to consult about, I like to help other businesses with, the things that you guys are all here to learn from me, it will be significantly easier for me to test out the new stuff they just shipped in Cloudflare's like ship week if I could deploy Next on it super reliably with an existing open standard for doing it. I see a very exciting future where I can use Vercel where the same way I use Vercel to test frameworks, I can use Next to test other competitors. And my guess is they see this future too. They know that their infra, especially things like the fluid compute stuff, are far ahead enough that if you can deploy Next with all of its features other places, you'll still see a better experience on Vercel. I think it would make a lot of sense for them. There are a couple other important things in this release. Client instrumentation is a very nice change. Now there's a specific single spot where you can introduce instrumentation for your client. So things like Sentry and Highlight are way easier than ever to add tracking for. Also generic error handling and stuff like that. Really nice to see. They already had this for server side, but having it client side too, it's really cool. Also means now more than ever, I think there's an opportunity for somebody to come out with a minimal alternative to a product like Sentry that's also very AI integrated and ready and kill. So if you are building that and are interested in chatting, my DMs are open on Twitter. Would love to hear more. The future is now, and now is ready. Hell, I've been ready for like 5 years for a minimal Sentry alternative. So please, somebody make it happen. Oh, I didn't see this. New navigation hooks to enhance client-side routing capabilities in Next 15.3. So you can develop localized loading states to implement complex controls like navigation cancel. On Navigate is a very useful addition to the link component. Very fun. The use link status client component hook returns a pending boolean that indicates whether navigation is in progress. Woo! That is so good. That's so good. Custom load states just got 100 times better. I'm hyped on that. These are the types of changes that make it so I could theoretically actually move off of React Router for T3 chat. I'm not going to do it, but it's a lot more viable than it was prior. They made their TypeScript LSP, or they made the plugin for TypeScript much better. Cool to see. I barely use it. I always forget about it. And I'm not using enough like Next internal stuff that it's super useful to me anymore. But I really want to test out these build speed changes. Let's see how fast I can build T3 chat with it. Pull latest. Kill my dev environment. I'm a little behind on next versions, so forgive me. We're going to do a run build on this. See how long it takes on the current 15.16 that we are on. Build failed because of Webpack errors. Joy. What did I forget? I have to probably npm install. Yep. Attempt 2. Zach, I saw your comment about comparing providers. I've been considering that for a while. I need to go a little deeper on the current state of Cloudflare before I can. I'm waiting for a few more things they're doing to ship, but soon. Cool. So, building on my maxed out M2 Pro takes about 50 seconds. Good to know. 28 total. I hate how these numbers are split, but it felt like 50 seconds. So let me quickly bump the version. Nothing here is too hidden. Hopefully this doesn't break everything. What React version are we on? Probably needs to be 19.10. Yeah. npm install. This is a build without TurboPack, to be clear. Just doing another build on the latest version to make sure. I forgot to rm.rf.next. Cool. While that's running, I'm going to go figure out how to turn on the new turbo build or TurboPack flag. I forgot I could do the code mod. I'll try that next time. Cool. Still almost exactly the same amount of time without using TurboPack. And now for the moment of truth, the TurboPack build. "11 seconds. That felt hilariously faster. Turns out this number does matter. This is CPU time. Because holy shit, that was significantly better. What I really want to see, though, is how much faster is this on Vercel's infra, like actually building. Theo, next turbo version bump. Commit all these. Git commit version bumps plus turbo for builds. Git push. Also, fun thing, if anybody wants to build this, there is no good command to create a pull request for where I am. Like the GHPR create is super, super comically slow. The closest thing I've been able to find is I use lazy git. I press 3 and then I press O to open up the tab for making a pull request. It's by far the fastest because it hard codes the URL. And I've been unable to write a custom command to do it because LazyGit won't take arguments to then trigger this. So somebody could make like a super simple one-line thing, so I don't have to open up LazyGit every time I just want to open a PR. Because I do that, it's like instant now LG30 because it's the fastest way by far to do it, and it's annoying. I can never tell if you're trolling at any point, Dev. Add a GitHub MCP server and let Cursor do it. The problem is the latency. Adding 3 to 10 round trips does not make it better. All I want is to automatically open the URL with the right stuff once I've pushed the branch. This one is not fast. This command is very slow. This is what I wanted to do, but the GHPR create does like 4 round trips before it can actually generate it. And even better, it will fail if your content for your description is too big, which happens automatically if you have enough commits. So it's very fun. And by fun, I mean entirely fucking broken. Oh, the build's already done. Okay, let's check out deployment speed for that. Not much better. Did I not? I committed the turbo change, didn't I? Git status. I did. Oh, that's a good call out. I didn't know this. TurboPack currently always builds production source maps for the browser. This will include project source code if deployed to production. Is it that your bundle size might be different from next build with Webpack? This will be improved as we work towards stability. This build is without disk caching. Subsequent builds will become faster when disk caching becomes available. When comparing output to Webpack builds, make sure to first clear the Next.js cache by deleting the .next directory. Okay. Why was this not more faster, though? Like, we have builds that are faster than that already. If I go make like a useless change, here, I'll change the 404. Now, let's see how long this build takes. Yeah. Chat is suspecting that the slowness is because it had to download all the packages again because I changed package lock, which makes sense. We will see how it performs now that that part at least should theoretically be cached. Not looking great though. Yep, we're over what our shortest builds normally look like already. Yeah, the compilation step there still took over a minute. We scroll back up here to creating optimized production build. Like when it started, 3253, gave some warnings, and then it was 3340 it was done. So almost a minute of just compile. It says 46 seconds. Yeah. So similarly funny enough to when I tried showing off the roll down performance theoretical wins, I'm just not seeing it much. Like, if I deploy a brand new VDApp, the build time will be like 15 seconds, but a decent sized Next app still in the 1.5 to 2 minute range. But like our production build, our last one just was adding a missing icon, 57 seconds. it's not much faster here. My guess is that the boxes that the builds are running on are single core because historically multi-core has not benefited the build performance. And I would hope that they're going to buff up the build boxes alongside this change, maybe give them multiple cores. I was hoping for more there, though. Let's see if the preview build works, though. Captchas will likely fail because I don't have them set up for this URL. Yep, knew that. But everything works in the build. That's cool as hell. Seems like it's production-ish ready. But I was hoping for a bigger perf win. If you run your own build pipeline, this could be absolutely massive. But the deployment pipeline is just not seeing a meaningful change yet, sadly. I was very hopeful it would. But if I PNPM run clear. But on my machine, again, where it has actual multiple cores to use for it, it's comically faster. 6.3 seconds for the compilation step for the entire project is hilarious. When previously, if I unturbo it quick, oops, there we are, clear, PNP, time, PNPM run, build. Okay, cool. So here, build took over twice as long total, but the interesting number here, compiled successfully in 15 seconds versus 6 seconds. 6.3, 15.0. That's a huge difference, and it's one I'm very excited about. But that's the only number that could theoretically improve here. Another fun thing I'm just curious about. What's the htop alternative everybody tells me to use? I have it installed. btop. That's what I thought. Thank you, guys. Cool. So running, once again, not using TurboPack, you'll see my utilization here. And mind you, I don't stream from the computer that I am using here. I have a separate Windows rig over HDMI. So the only thing being used here is whatever apps I'm using plus this compilation. And you see that like my cores aren't really being utilized a whole lot here. I'm guessing most of them are being more used by the Thunderbolt port and my browser than are being used by this compilation. And if I kill the .next and run it again, because I forgot to, we'll see one of my cores got utilized up to like 60%. Yeah, that one core, that's almost certainly the one running this. And now it's doing the bundling for the routes, which it can split already. And now I'm guessing it's done. Oh, no, it's close. Yeah. But you can see very clearly most of the work goes on just one single core. Now that it's done, we can see it wasn't very fast. If I go back and turn back on TurboPack, and now we see here, hopefully, yeah, see that? That's the difference. All of my cores are being used. Oh, my terminal's not wide enough. God damn it. I can't hide my face. I'm just going to move this. It's already done. I can't see this either, guys. Time ppm run build. Cool. Here you can see all of my cores are being hammered. It is fully taking advantage of my system for that 6-second burst, and then it's done. Then it all throttles down. But that's the first time I've had a Next.js JavaScript build use all of the cores on my machine. I would bet that the amount of total compute being used is probably higher, but the result is a much faster build, which is really cool. So yeah, I think that should hopefully help you understand the performance characteristics and how this is better and worse and what the differences are. Hopefully you also now see why I'm excited about the future of Next.js as a platform to support every different place you might want to deploy your apps. I'm hyped. This seems like the right call for Next.js, and it also plays into an idea that I've been pushing more and more, which is that I don't think the future of frameworks is going to be endless new features and syntax and all of those things, because the AI has already been trained on the current everything we use. So my guess is that over time, we'll see more and more releases like this that are focused less on adding new APIs and functionality and more on improving what we already have so that existing output, existing code, existing AI tools and models generating new projects can all benefit without having to use new syntax. Let's see, do they have performance numbers here? These numbers look bad enough that I don't want to include them. So I think just shouting out RSPack is the better call, because honestly, by the time this video comes out, it's possible this is all like bit changed and the performance is significantly better, because right now it's worse for app router and better for page router, but not enough better. Soon. No RSPack like details for this, which is fine. I just wanted to shout out the change. I want this to be mostly positive video because it is positive stuff. Cool. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you guys think. Are your feelings about Next changing after this release? Let me know in the comments. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Time to donate $1 to Team Trees to offset your next builds. That's great. End of next update. Cool. Cool. Time to talk about the llama stuff. I want to go through my bookmarks on Twitter, and I don't want to spoil things I am considering talking about, so I'll be doing this privately. Give me one moment. I bookmark way too much shit. I've been scrolling all this time, and I'm at 20 hours ago. It's bad. Mostly done. Oh, here. That's actually very useful. Anthropic. Nope. Okay, I think I found everything I intend to for this. God, I bookmarked way too much. I'm still only on the 7th. Okay, I just hit the 6th. Nice. There was the 5th that it dropped, right? So I had a couple good sources. Okay, here we are. Finding more Llama 5 stuff now. Okay, there was only one additional post from scrolling that far. Fuck me. Okay, I have the sources I want here. Let me grab these links. Chat SDK. Is this a new launch? I'm curious. I'll look into this later. If you'll ever use it portably, just get the Air. Like having a laptop is so nice. Not really sure how we want to handle like blocking and automated like stuff like that going forward. The thing we think about on the safety side. I know a lot of people are upset because like some of our OpenAI models are on Azure and the blocking policy is different than it is on OpenAI, and they're upset. But we'll figure that all out. I was gone for over a week, man. I'm back. Anyways, let's talk about Llama 4 because this is an interesting one. Meta's had it kind of tough in this AI race. They were one of the first companies to really go all in on the whole like open weight thing, providing all of their models for free and a ton of their research and training information too. They've been working super hard to try and make better models, and they've been one of the best open partners for a bunch of brands. Companies I love dearly, like Grok with a Q, not a K, would not really have business models if it wasn't for the work that Facebook and Meta did to build these open models. That's why today's release of Llama 4 is so exciting. But it also showcases just how much has changed since Meta first started releasing the Llama models. I suspected that this release was going to happen much later, near their conference in, I believe, June. And it seems like they thought it would be a little later too. And it seems like they thought it would be a little later too, because they actually changed the release date and then published this randomly on a Saturday when I was on vacation. Very, very interesting. It definitely feels like Meta rushed this out for some reasons. And the role that this model has on the market is fascinating. Did another model just drop? My pager just went off. Did another model drop? Did Grok 3's API just drop? I shit you guys not. I literally can't sign in. Right. I didn't get an email about it at the very least. Yeah. No idea. I'm going to assume this is not a thing yet until I have more proof that it's good. No idea what the fuck leaks world is and why that's what this is pinned to. Must have been a raid from a raid from a raid. Say API pricing. It only says the Grok 2 pricing, not the Grok 3 pricing still. Oh? Huh. Okay, doing a password reset because it's the easiest way to deal with this. Because I can't sign in via OAuth right now. Employee. Save. I got like 3 something went wrongs, but now I'm in. It is priced identical to Claude with a 5 RPS limit. Are they fucking high? Fun. I'll do something about that after. Give me 1 sec to message Mark. Okay, Mark already brought the PR up to date. Fuck yeah. Cool. I'll probably try and ship that after filming this video. Anyways, nothing I want to show on stream. Let me get my email closed. Oh, marketing is a key to test. Give me one sec, guys. Da. Cool. Anyways. Back to the video. As I was recording this intro, I got paged that Grok 3's API just came out. So if you want to understand the level that, like the speed these things are happening at, there you go. Seems like we have way more AI bills to pay. So if you want to hear all about this, just stick around for the quick commercial break and we'll be right back. Anyways, I want to refilm this whole intro. Who am I kidding? Marker, end of P1 or end of bad start. Marker, Llama, take 2. Yeah, let's redo this intro now that I have this. Cool. Meta is one of the early pioneers in the AI space, in particular around open weight models. The Llama line kickstarted a revolution in these open AI tools and technologies that allowed for everything from Grok with a Q to Llama, the tool you run locally, to really start to flourish. I can't imagine where we'd be today without Meta's contributions to AI, but at the same time, it kind of feels like they got screwed. There are now much better open options, there are now open options that are way better. God damn it. There are now way better open options, like Qwen or the stuff going on over at DeepSeek. There are now way better open options, like Qwen or DeepSeek. There's more innovation than ever, and on the production side, there's a ton of innovation going on. And it feels like they've just kind of fallen behind. Or have they? Today's release of Llama 4 is... The release of Llama 4 is interesting. It just dropped and has some really cool characteristics like the absurd 10 million token context window. And it's still open weight, so you can download it and run it on whatever machines you want. But there are catches there too. It's a very interesting model with a lot of catches. And as I first was filming this intro, the Grok 3 API came out because everything is just moving so fast. I can tell I have some crazy bills to pay for all of this inference. So we need a quick break for today's sponsor, and then we'll get right to it. I was actually looking for this post. Oh, wait, no, that's not the one I was looking for. Yeah, the one who quit over this. Yeah. I don't think I have translation built into... Oh, I do. Cool. Anyways. Cool. The beginning of a new era of native multimodal AI innovation. It's an interesting model, to say the least. Llama 4 Behemoth isn't out yet, but Maverick and Scout are. They're doing 3 separate models with massively different parameter sizes. And Scout in particular is interesting because it's very small and can run on a lot of normal hardware. That said, it's my understanding that Scout still requires enough RAM that it's not able to run on as wide a variety of things as the older Llama models were. Very interesting. We'll learn a lot more as we go. I'm going to retake the transit or after the add transition. Quick things before we get started. Llama 4 is a very big, quick things before we go too deep. The Llama 4 herd is 3 different models, Behemoth, Maverick, and Scout, all varying a lot in size. You might also notice the date here, April 5th. This model came out on a Saturday. I was expecting this model to take up until the next Llama Conf, which is the conference that Meta runs around AI stuff, much later in the year, like June if I recall. This drop was much earlier than I expected, and I don't think I'm the only one who thought this was, I don't think I'm the only one who was surprised at how early this came out, because Meta themselves on the GitHub PR to release this, in the actual Git commits, you see the change from the 7th to the 5th. They went from planning a launch on a Monday to just randomly dropping it on a Saturday. They clearly were scared of something that is coming. Or they're accelerating it because of that weird anonymous model that just dropped a few days before. There's a lot going on here. It's going to be very interesting. Some people suspected that anonymous model was them. And if you're not familiar, we actually have it on T3 chat. This Khazar Alpha, hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. This model just appeared on OpenRouter. We immediately added it to T3 chat. We still don't actually know what it is, but there's a lot of speculation. I can say with 100% confidence, having seen the outputs, this is not one of the meta models. I am positive about that. So for any of many reasons, Meta somewhat rushed this launch to get it out on a Saturday. Thank you, chat. That model is pronounced Quasar. You guys are the best. Thank you for correcting my inability to speak. The Quasar Alpha model. Thank you. Anyways, let's go back to Llama, because this is what we're here to talk about. Their focus is on multimodal intelligence, which means it has a ton of tokens that are different clouds of words to map things correctly, to figure out how to go from one set of tokens to the next token. But if you have 2 trillion tokens of data, most of it's not relevant to the specific task you're trying to solve. Some of it might be more relevant for science. Some of it might be more relevant for coding. Some of it might be more relevant for math. Some might be more relevant for history. This idea of a multimodal model is that you have way more parameters than are actually activated during the traversal to generate the next output. So in the case of something like Scout, you have 16 experts, which are the different sections within those parameters. And when you actually run the model, it will only activate up to 17 billion of those pieces. Yeah. The other phrasing for describing this stuff is MOE, which is mixture of experts. These models have different experts distributed across sets of these tokens so that you can use the part that's important. If I was to diagram this out quick, you could imagine you have tons of these dots, and all of these dots are different bits of information, words, tokens, whatnot. And imagine we have literally billions of them, which clearly we don't here, but you get my point. So we have this pile of information. They all have links between them pointing to and from different areas. Traditional models would just access the whole thing, which means it would have to traverse all of this data to figure out what the next token is. But if you only need the bit that's focused on code, a good mixture of experts model could just focus on this area and ignore the rest. This is what makes the giant token models, or this is what makes these models with just insane numbers of parameters viable now, and why these technologies are, it's also a big part of what made the DeepSeek stuff so cool, is they really, really figured out this multi-model stuff. Yeah. Maverick having 128 experts is kind of nuts, because that means you're still only scavenging across the same 17 bill parameters, but it can do a much wider variety of things, so to speak. We'll see how that comes out in the performance side, though. As they say here, Scout is a 17 billion active parameter model with 16 experts. It's the best multimodal model in the world in its class, and it's more powerful than all previous generation Llama models, while still fitting into a single H100 GPU. Scout also offers industry-leading context window of 10 million tokens, and it delivers better results than Gemma 3, Gemini 2.0 Flash Lite, and Mistral 3.1 across a broad range of widely reported benchmarks. This is where I personally started to get suspicious, because Gemma 3 is Google's open model that's iffy in quality. Mistral 3.1, you guys know how I feel about Mistral now. I don't trust those guys for fucking shit. And Gemini Flash Lite. This is particularly interesting if you know how these things are priced. Gemini 2.0 Flash is very, very cheap. It's 10 cents for a million input and 40 cents for a million output. Flash Lite is cheaper, but not much. It's like 25-ish% cheaper. The only reason you would say Flash Lite instead of Flash in a post like this, or the only reason you say Flash Lite instead of Flash in a post like this one, is because you are much worse than standard Flash. Flash Lite is surprisingly good at stuff like image summarization. You give it an image and it'll tell you what it's of. It's really good for context condensing. We use it for generating titles in T3 chat, but we could switch between Flash Lite and Flash and it wouldn't make a meaningful difference. These two models are so close in characteristics and price that I've historically been kind of confused why Flash Lite even exists when Flash is already so cheap and fast. I now feel like the only role that Flash Lite has is as a benchmark and a punching bag for a model that might not be very good, like Scout. The fact that Meta is today publishing a model that they are bragging about that performs worse than something that's been out for as long as Flash Lite, or the fact that Meta is publishing a new small model today that performs that much worse than Gemini 2.0 Flash, that they have to cite Flash Lite as the comparison instead, is funny. It gets even funnier when we look at how these benchmarks work, because it might not even be better than Flash Lite. And then there's Maverick, which is a 17 billion active param model with 128 experts. It's the best multimodal model in its class, beating 4.0 and Gemini 2 Flash across a broad range of widely reported benchmarks. 4.0 and 2.0 Flash are very different models. Saying you beat both is bold. We'll see how that goes for you. Apparently, the results are comparable to the newest version of DeepSeek v3 on reasoning and coding. This is also a funny call out because we've known for a bit that DeepSeek kind of melted the whole AI department within Meta because they had gotten way better performance without having the massive amounts of compute that Meta has. Meta kind of bet really, really hard on just building gigantic server farms with tons of GPUs. DeepSeek didn't have that, and they still were able to make better models. So it's fun to see them cited here because we know that DeepSeek has just infected the brains of everybody there and resulted in tons of meetings and departures and shifts in Meta's everything internally. Yeah. They said that the results are comparable at less than half the active params. Interesting. They also apparently offer the best-in-class performance-to-cost ratio with an experimental chat version scoring ELO of 1417 on Llama Arena. Apparently, the reason models are so good is that they're distilled from Llama 4 Behemoth, which is the 288 billion active param model with, what was the total number there? 2 trillion tokens, just absurd numbers. Yeah. And they claim that Behemoth outperforms 4.5, Sonnet 3.7, and Gemini 2.0 Pro on several benchmarks. 2.0 Pro isn't very good. 2.5 Pro is insane. I'm sure it's not going to beat that, especially as the thinking model. And none of this is reasoning, by the way. We still don't have a reasoning model for Meta. I do love they're still publishing on llama.com and Hugging Face. Like, they were early on publishing the way that the community expected. And it was kind of crazy initially being on Hugging Face and seeing something from official like Facebook team. But before we can dig into the model, which, by the way, if you want to play with it, new models available on T3 chat as soon as they are reasonable to access. So we have Scout and Maverick both available now, ready to go if you want to try them. I have not personally been super impressed. Where is the license? I don't know what order I want to go in. I could talk a lot more about how these models are trained and how they handle things in post. I like they're putting cost estimates because, again, remember, it's open source. So this is based on what they think it will cost when they put it in different places. But these benchmarks don't really line up with what people have seen. The long context stuff seems really cool, that it can handle such large amounts of data. But how does that end up working in practice? From what I have seen, it's not good. The Llama 4 Scout scores for doing live, there's a benchmark for retrieving data from long context. And this benchmark actually saw Llama 4 Scout having the worst score on the entire page because they, on the 60K token context test, just couldn't get any of the answers right. 11% accuracy, which is hilarious when you realize this is the model meant to do large context well, and it chokes harder than anything else in this entire chart at 60K. And it somehow recovers on the 120K test. I don't know what's going on there. But compared to like 2.0 Flash, which is really good at retrieving things from context, the gap here is hilarious. And 2.5 Pro, 90% at 120K, Scouts at 15. Yeah. Actually really, really bad. And funny enough, worse than Llama 3.3, which admittedly had a smaller context window, but still kind of funny. Yeah, it still seems very clearly like Google is the king of large contexts. Even though the number is bigger, these scores are much worse. And this also lines up with some cool research. Where is the Andy Kamath tweet? I had it. Give me one sec to reopen things until I find it. This also lines up well with this experiment that Andy Kamath over at BrowserBase did recently, where he measured retrieval from large HTML files across all the different models. And what was really interesting about this is the best was not even the new Gemini Pro models. It was Gemini 2.0 Flash, which is really funny if you saw my recent videos about Gemini stuff, because I've been dumping HTML pages into Gemini and getting it to parse data and links and things for me, and it has been really good. Crazy to think that it's this much better than the alternatives right now, but it is from my experience. And that combined with the million token window is nuts. Maverick, which is the better new Llama 4 model, is still only hitting 82% when that's at 90. And the Scout model is only 65%. So it seems pretty weak at retrieving things from context, which is concerning because that's one of the things the model is supposed to be good at. This is also one of those benchmarks that confirms that 3.5 was a lucky roll because it's way higher than the other Claude models. So as you can see, the benchmarks are not showing the performance that they kind of were promising. And now we're seeing, and now there's a whole conspiracy that Meta's benchmarks were kind of faked some amount. It's gone so far that a couple employees have actually quit over it. Yeah. They claimed that they said in their announcement that the Ella Marina, they said in their announcement that really good Ella Marina score was using an experimental chat version. A chart on the official Llama site, meanwhile, discloses that Meta's Ella Marina testing was conducted using Llama 4 Maverick optimized for conversationality. Ella Marina's never been a particularly reliable way to measure performance, but they've never seen an example before of a company, especially a big one like Meta, going out of their way to game it. And it seems like they very much did here by tailoring a specific model version for that benchmark, withholding it, and releasing a separate vanilla variant of the same model. So it's really hard for us to replicate the tests that they did there. Here is what is supposedly an ex-employee describing why they quit on a Chinese forum. This is an English translation, by the way, so might not be perfect quoting. Have it perfectly validated. Worth understanding, though. After repeated training, the performance of the internal model still failed to reach the open source state of the art. It's even far from it. The company's leadership recommends mixing each benchmark's test set in the post-training process in order to be able to communicate across the metrics and produce a look as it may result. So, not the best translation, but very clearly trying to train on outputs from these benchmarks to make a better score come out. The goal is not reached by the deadline set at the end of April. The consequences will be unimaginable. The release of Llama 4 yesterday, many people on X and Reddit already measured very poor results. Someone who is also in academia at the moment, I can't accept this approach. Therefore, an application for resignation has been submitted, and it has been made clear that my name will not be signed in Llama 4's technical report. Meta's VP of AI also resigned for the same reason. Pretty crazy. Very crazy. No idea what happened there. He's the same. Yeah, they are cool. Meta has responded here. We're glad to start getting Llama into all your hands. We've already been hearing lots of great results people are getting with the models. That said, we're hearing some reports of mixed quality across different services. Since we dropped the model as soon as they were ready, we expected it would take several days for all the public implementations to get dialed in. We'll keep working through our bug fixes and onboarding partners. We've also heard complaints that we trained on test sets. That's simply not true, and we would never do that. Our best understanding is that the variable quality people are seeing is due to needing to stabilize implementations. We believe the Llama 4 models are a significant advancement, and we're looking forward to working with the community to unlock their value. Bold statement. Curious to see if this ends up playing out. It's honestly hard to say right now because there's a lot of words being thrown in each and every direction. Very interesting. TinyGrad commented on this drama too, and I generally trust them when it comes to these things. They claim that there's no way this is true because no major lab would ever be that dumb. I think a lot of the perceived badness of Llama 4 comes from broken implementations or bad quantizations. MOE is hard to get right. I suspect it's fixed over the next few weeks and it's on par with a model of these benchmarks. Hopefully. It is of note that Meta is one of the few companies that doesn't release their model alongside an API to use it with because they let the community do all of that. Whenever Meta puts out a new model, the companies that make a lot of money aren't Meta. It's companies like Together and Grok with a Q that can now deploy these models on their infra and sell it to companies like me using them for T3 chat. $8 a month, by the way. So it makes sense that these deployment partners might not have set up Llama 4 correctly. These MOE models are really hard to deploy. We've seen this with DeepSeek, where almost every other provider that isn't the official DeepSeek API has been way slower and often performs worse in general. So I'm coming around. The controversy seemed real. This statement has me more confident. I trust George's take on these things. It's also interesting because Ella Marina is users vote on which answer they prefer. In this example, users voted for Llama 4, even though Claude's answer is both factually accurate and way less, ranty. Very interesting. Very interesting. Always start by profusely telling users how smart they are. Very interesting. Anything here I want to cover? Mm. I guess the last controversy I wanted to get to is the license stuff. Do I jump right into that, or do I play with it a little? I do want to showcase its strengths a little bit quickly here. So I have a fresh instance of T3 chat open, Llama 4 Scout set, solve advent of code 2021 day 3 in Python. As you see, it's fast as hell, especially on Grok, which is our deployment partner for using these models. It's really, really nice. Grok has been awesome to work with. I love those guys. But the speed of that output is pretty nuts. I'll run it again so you can see for sure. It just kind of appears. It's really fast. And that's the strength of these models, is that when they're open enough to be hosted in these different ways, you can do crazy things. And the Llama shape of models is something companies like Grok have tuned for really closely. I see people saying Quasar Alpha is similarly fast. No. It is fast, but we're talking about a massive gap here. That's not even close. Or if we switch to other like top lab models like 4.0 Mini, which we have the fastest deployment of possible, it's still notably slower, like less than half the speed. Does this site just break on other browsers now? No, it's just got too much stuff in there and the text is broken. Good to know. Okay. Let's change the models that are selected. Anything in here I just don't care about? No, this is good. Okay. So I just did some cleaning up so we can look at the actual numbers I just cleaned up the UI on artificial analysis bit so we can break this down. I love this site so much. It's made comparing models comically easy. And you'll start to see why people aren't that impressed. Llama 4 Scout here, 43 compared to generally much better numbers as we trend upwards. And it is really fast, but so is Gemini 2.0 Flash. And Gemini 2.0 Flash is roughly the same price too. It's hard to justify Scout. And when we look at this as a price to performance chart, you'll see why I'm so confused. The UI is a little broken because the names are just overlapping in weird spots. It's hard for me to understand what the role of Llama 4 is, because Llama 4 Scout is slightly worse and slightly more expensive than Gemini 2.0. And Maverick is slightly more expensive and just barely better. It's just when you look at Gemini Flash, it's hard to understand the role of Llama beyond a pretty good small open model. It's no longer groundbreaking in any way, which is concerning because I know Meta's focus right now is trying to rush their way to get to state of the art. This chart also looks a hell of a lot funnier if we change which models are shown in it. As you see, 4.0 Mini just doesn't make sense anymore with the state of these small models. So we're going to get rid of a couple. I'm going to get rid of the old V3. Not what I was trying to do. Go back. Okay. Better. Okay. Fuck, I keep hitting that button. They need to fix that. I'll yell at them for it later. Cool. Watch what happens when you add a 1. Pretty funny, right? Like we're in such a cheap world here that one button press breaks everything. It also, if we go in here and we turn off 4.0 and Claude, which are the expensive models that we have selected, this chart gets much more interesting. O3 Mini and DeepSeek R1 are the only things that fit in this top left quadrant, which is best price to performance. We're in a weird spot now. If you limit this window to be like the things that make sense, it shows such a strange shift because it looked very different even just a few weeks ago. Things are changing fast, and it's very interesting to see. It's even more interesting when we look at the output speed chart here, because I got much faster speeds on Llama 4. I don't think they're using the Grok with a Q deployment for artificial analysis here, which is why they're seeing slower numbers there. But you see how absurdly fast Gemini 2.0 is, and also O3 Mini to its credit. It's interesting. Does this not list context windows? It does not. Cool. Hopefully these charts have helped highlight why I'm confused about this model. And once I saw the changes to the license, I got even more confused. Companies with more than 700 million monthly active users must request a special license from Meta, which Meta can grant or deny at its sole discretion. You must prominently display built with Llama on websites, interfaces, documentation, etc. Any AI model you create using Llama materials must include Llama at the beginning of its name. So if you create a distillation on top of Llama, you can't do R1 parentheses Llama distilled. You have to do Llama parentheses distilled on R1. You must include the specific attribution notice in a notice text file with any distribution. You must comply with Meta's separate accessible use policy. And limited license to use Llama name is only for compliance with the branding requirements. So you can't use the Llama name unless you're using it specifically to fit their brand requirements. Annoying. The 700 mil MAU number is high enough that this doesn't affect almost any of the people who will be using this, but it is still a scary enough thing that the likelihood people invest heavily into this model is less so. Very interesting. Curious to see how this ends up going for people. Is there anything else important in here? There's the behemoth benchmarks, which look really promising, but we don't have this model yet, so we don't know yet. It's also a huge model, so it's not like most of us could even run it anyways. Yeah, I don't think there's too much interesting through the rest of this. The choice to only compare with Flashlight and other outdated models hurts. The lack of compelling demos I've seen hurts. The license change hurts. But at the same time, Meta is still the biggest company betting hard on and going all in on open source. They are kind of like what Google was in the mobile race, where they went all in on Android, betting on the open platform versus the Apple closed ecosystem. They're trying to position themselves similarly with AI, where they're betting against OpenAI, which is, funny enough, a closed ecosystem. I do still hope genuinely that Meta finds success even with these models, because the Llama line has changed how open source AI works. And I don't think we would have seen innovations like we have with DeepSeek if it wasn't for the genuine groundbreaking work that has been done at Meta. I am hopeful that the rumors aren't true. It seems like they aren't, but I am very much hoping that is the case. And hopefully as well, fingers crossed, we will both see better performance from these models that are already out in the near future, and Behemoth will drop and blow us all away. The future is more exciting than ever, but I don't think Llama 4 is the future. Let me know what you think, though. Is this model is the drama overhyped, or is this model really not that great? Try it on T3 chat and let me know. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. I saw you replied at some point. Your results are very good, but I did see the browser priority thing. I was excited to try that. I'll be honest, I don't want to change my Vivaldi anymore because I have it stable enough and working enough to be my work browser. The work you're doing here is super commendable, and I wish that Vivaldi would just hire you to fix their shit, but I can't switch at this point. It's hard for me to justify another browser swap if it isn't something I can use for work and dev again, which I really want to get to. I never said I would release the source for T3 chat. I might have said that, like, if we go out of business or something, I'll make sure you can do something. But we have no intention of releasing the T3 chat source. I worked my fucking ass off, and all I would be doing open sourcing it is giving my competition an easy win while also giving you guys a bad mess of code you shouldn't learn from. Yeah, I've been juggling Zen and Vivaldi since I left Arc. I need Zen, or I love Zen. It's my browser of choice. I need Chromium, so I'm in Vivaldi a lot. I did the bouncing ball on Hexagon with Maverick, and it was garbage. How should I have explained this? Multiple data types simultaneously. Okay. That's fair. I'll film that correction. Marker extra for Llama. Cool. Real quick thing. I had a brain fart when I was doing this. I mixed up multimodal and mixture of experts. I always forget multimodal is just it can handle different things. So things like text, images, video, audio. Multimodal means it can handle different things with just one model. Mixture of experts is the thing I'm talking about for most of the section, where I talk about how the parameters are split across different things. Wanted to include this clarification rather than be wrong in the video. Anyways. Cool. Marker end of extra. Cool. Thank you for the correction. I think Bun's adding too many features. I get why, but yeah. Kind of. I think my MOE explanation is simple enough for people. Let me change what I have open quick. Back here. Cool. Closing. Maybe I shouldn't have closed all of those. Yeah. If everyone uses up their quotas and goes like way beyond to the point that we're losing money, then we make things more strict so we don't lose money. You're entirely right, MRE. The very few, like if you fully took advantage of OpenAI's $20 a month tier or Claude's $20 a month tier, you would cost them hundreds of dollars a month. All of these services are priced such that if you abuse them, you can cost them more, but the average user will be profitable. I don't get why this is confusing to people. That's always how industry works. That's why free tiers exist. What is this? And a new model for... I did see that Deep Coder came out. We'll look into that more later. No worries, Iron. It's just very common that people don't understand these things, I guess. Anyways, I need to talk about this. Agent space looks interesting. I'm going to look into this more later. If I decide this is worth a video, I'll film another fucking video, I guess. I need to talk about the Firebase stuff. Sorry, there's a ton of stuff going on. I'll deal with it all later. Anyways. I did see the new plans from Claude as well. I considered covering it. But I need to cover this Firebase stuff. Google's AI stuff has been impressing me a ton lately. You've probably seen my handful of videos covering it, as well as the fact that on T3 Chat, my AI chat app, we're using 2.0 Flash as our default model. It's fair to say that that doesn't mean I love everything Google does, though. I am the #1 hater for a handful of Google things, both Google Cloud and Google. That said, my love of their models does not... That said, there's still a lot of Google things that I am not fond of. You don't have to look very far to see me complaining endlessly about Google Cloud, much less Firebase, which I kind of built my channel to destroy. I really, really don't like these products. Which is why today's an interesting day, because not only do I have to talk about Firebase, I actually think what they're building might be kind of cool. And also, fun fact, I got sponsored by IDX a while back, which is the editor. And also, fun fact, IDX is an editor that Google built that actually reached out all the way back in, I don't know, August, I think, to potentially sponsor the channel. I agreed to the sponsorship, we have 6 ads planned for Project IDX, but now Project IDX is Firebase Studio. So not only do I have to talk about Firebase with you guys today, I'm now also in the future going to be paid to talk about them too. The check's already been written. The check's already been written. It has nothing to do with this video. Just wanted you guys to know this because you will be seeing Firebase Studio and other videos going forward. But those are going to be quick summaries of what's cool. Those will be quick summaries trying to showcase the product because that's sponsored. This video is not sponsored, so you will be getting my unfiltered view of Firebase. Okay, it is unsponsored in terms of Google, but we still do have to pay our bills. My team needs to eat. So we're going to do a quick break to today's sponsor and then talk all about Firebase with no... Okay, Google's not sponsoring this video. We have another sponsor. We'll get to them quick, and then you'll get my unfiltered thoughts on Firebase Studio. Cool. Still can't believe I'm talking about Firebase. Anyways. Firebase Studio is a new preview of a cloud-based agentic development environment designed to accelerate how you build, test, deploy, and run production-quality AI apps all in one place. This is very interesting. I've been saying for a bit that I kind of am curious what the AI version of AWS is going to look like. Not a place to host your AI, rather something that has a solution that is accessible enough to an AI agent or coder. Setting up on AWS is never fun. Even if you have everything working properly through Terraform, actually running the commands, dealing with the credentials, setting it all up in the services, deploying it, making sure the UI all works how it's supposed to, and that you click the right buttons in the right dashboards, it's miserable. And I've said for a bit now that there's a handful of companies that are well positioned to not require all of the busy work connecting things and just provide this as a single code file that does the right thing. I've wanted more infrastructure as code primitives for a very long time. It's one of the reasons I like Vercel so much. Firebase does not do infrastructure as code. They do infrastructure as a bunch of buttons you have to click in a dashboard somewhere. But they do provide most of the things you need for most applications, from file storage to live updates to authentication and authorization. Theoretically, Firebase could be the AWS of AI, but you'd still have to be configuring a bunch of shit. Still not fun. My dream is, I have been talking with other companies, many of which are also sponsors, like Convex, about what this could look like. And I see a very bright future where a brand like Convex that has a server-side solution for all the different things your apps need to be deployed, especially because Convex does this via files in your codebase. It's actually a whole directory named the Convex folder. You can configure all your info right there, and now anyone can just deploy your app on their Convex account and have all the functionality instantaneously built in. Really cool, really promising, genuinely exciting. I hadn't thought about Firebase in this way, though, and it seems like they had the same realization I did, that we need a better all-in-one solution for the server side in order to make these AI deployment apps better. Huge shout out to our friend Acorn for the raid here. Appreciate you immensely. No, I don't want to unfollow her. I hate this UI. That's so bad. Yeah, Acorn is a legend, one of my favorite streamers, one of the few I actually watch when I have the time. Definitely give Acorn a follow if you like dev stuff. She's great. Thank you all for coming by the way. To everybody who just showed up, I film YouTube videos live on Twitch and then post on my channel. We're currently talking about Firebase. I don't like talking about Firebase, but they put out a studio thing. It actually seems pretty cool, so I wanted to dive in. Yeah, thank you all for showing up. Anyways, these app builders have always had a bit of a problem with these types of things. Like, sure, they can make you a beautiful page, add all this complex functionality, manage all the state, maybe even integrate with a platform like Supabase. But they can't set up a lot of the more annoying details, like adding OAuth properly, setting up, or things like adding OAuth and getting it working properly. Things like synchronizing the state between different machines, deploying different types of servers for different problems. All you can really do is link to one or two services and hope that it all comes together, and then pull out, go deploy across the 3 different services you're using, like using Supabase for your database, Netlify for your application deployment, Clerk or WorkOS for your auth, and then stitch it all together. Good luck, have fun. And obviously AWS can't build this product. So what we're left with is Convex and Firebase, and I'm actually thinking Firebase might be the one with a chance here. I'm very excited to see how this goes. Firebase Studio fuses tools like Project IDX, GenKit, and Gemini and Firebase into a unified agentic experience. The result's an end-to-end platform built for the AI era that brings built-in prototyping capabilities, coding workspaces, and a flexible deployment option into a single experience, empowering you to move faster and build the next gen of innovative applications more quickly. Within seconds of clicking Prototype this app, Firebase Studio generates a functional Next app, and it's not just UI. How cool is it that they're betting on NextJS as the Angular company? They get it. They know what they have to do to compete. It's interesting seeing that like AI Studio and a lot of these like sub teams within it's fun seeing that groups like it's really cool to see groups like AI Studio and this IDX stuff all be far away enough from like the Google vision that they can do what actually needs to be done. I have really felt the difference, especially AI Studio. It barely even feels like a Google product because they're trying so hard to win, not to be like Google. And I'm hopeful that's the experience we're going to have here. I never thought I'd see the day where Firebase had a new product launch this big that started with an example using Next.js, not mobile or Angular. The editor, by the way, is based on the open source VS Code tooling, so it will feel just like VS Code, even though it's in the browser. And one of the coolest things is the instant previews, where you can get a URL and send it to any device to see it. It is quite annoying to test something on mobile when you're working on it on your computer with a lot of these tools. Hoping I don't have to get approved for it. I also just realized this might work horribly in not Chrome-based, so we're going to move over to do this in a Chrome-based browser. That was a beautiful little animation. Sure, this doesn't dox me. It does not dox me. Look at that. Hello, Theo. What do I want to build? This is the best looking AI app builder I've seen. Watch what happens when I click the text box. The focus. Oh. This isn't Google. Who the fuck is this? This is what I mean, though. This doesn't feel like Google anymore. Very interesting. Let's do it. Also, the import repo button on the homepage is ballsy. They're that confident with their tool. This is very, very, very interesting. Build me a party planner app. Let's do a fun one. Build a party planner app that I can use to plan events and invite friends. Going pretty fast so far. I like that they do this UI where they make a custom UI element to break down the plan instead of it just being like a list in line. So here is what it's going to add for features: event creation, invitation management, RSVP tracking, AI party ideas, and event display. It picked colors too. That's really cool, actually. Clean modern layout with clear selections for event details, guest lists, and RSVP statuses. Script changes. Make the colors. Let's have fun with it. Make the colors gayer. Okay, the +1 for the third color here is funny. Oh, a vibrant rainbow gradient for a festive and inviting feel. I'm into it. Let's do it. They put the content, the chat on the right. I haven't seen that before. That's very useful for me in particular. It's flying. The fact that Gemini is so fast is really getting flexed here. Almost all of these other tools are using Claude, to be fair. So they can't be this fast, but it also means this will probably be less accurate because Gemini, despite being much faster, is not as good at code. We will see when we get our outputs. Yeah, that was kind of hilarious that it just generated that many files that quickly. Now it's checking for errors. The error check is taking longer because that's all the TypeScript compilation probably. Auto fixing the errors. The flashing's a bit much. I'll switch tabs as we wait for that to chill out so I don't have to worry about anybody who has something like epilepsy. You know what? Here's what we're going to do for the sake of the edit. Turns out Firebase Studio has a bit of a problem with flashing colors. So if you are sensitive to flashing lights, epilepsy, things like that, there's a timestamp on the screen somewhere that will tell you what point to skip to when those are gone. I am sorry, both to you as a person who has to skip this. I hate doing things like this, and also to Phase, my editor, for having to figure this all out. Anyways, cool. Put that at the front before all the flashing starts, Phase. Cool. Party Pal, plan your events. Create a new thing. AI party idea generator. None of these have a submit button. We'll say this is a model release party. IDK. There's no submit button. I had to pass in an API key, that's why. We'll auto-generate one. It's cool you can do that. I'm hoping it doesn't print it in the UI. That's why I closed this. The key took that long to generate. That took like, obviously the video is going to be cut. So that took like almost a minute to generate the key. A bit annoying, but we have it now. Theoretically, I can say model release party, nothing. And will it generate ideas? Yeah, I'm confused. YouTube sub nerds, why aren't you subbed? Theme event theme pink. Okay, I don't know how to submit. I think they forgot. Oh, the buttons are there. They're just not visible for some reason. Fun. There's no loading states either. God, the quality of the output is not good. I want to see the code. I want to see what the fuck went wrong here. App page. It's definitely VS Code based. It's interesting. The whole experience switches when you click the edit button. This is now like an editor with a preview in here instead of it being just a section of the other part. So what happened with these buttons here? Button, on click, handle, create event, create event. Okay. So we go to the button component and see what went wrong here. This is shadcn, so it's definitely shadcnning. Okay, yeah, that worked, but it's struggling a bit. It's not doing a good job of like reloading on save or things. Is there a save hotkey somewhere that isn't Command S? Huh? I have no idea how to even make this save. Yeah, this is a bit of a mess. I'm not gonna lie. Let's re-roll. If I click this, what does it bring me to? Does it bring me to the original view or the code view? Okay, it brings me here. Nice. We will roll once more. With all of these, you have to roll a few times, so not necessarily bad yet. We shall see. Replace orange with pink. Make sure auth is enabled, but give me, but allow me to test it without signing in. It did not switch the color. You forgot to change orange to pink. Use a bright pink. A very bright pink. Your pink is clearly orange. Try again. There we go. Let's do it. Tabbing out so you don't have to deal with the flashing. Sorry. It still is generating very fast. Cool. The error check step is by far the slowest still. It generates so fast that it makes the TypeScript checking part feel slow. Okay. Here we are. It's already significantly better this run, I can tell. Theo subscriber party. Generate invitation link. Let's do it. Invite. That's a great link. I'm sure that will work great. It wants a Gemini key. I'll auto-generate that again. I want to start playing with the code. I think you have to do this step because it loves shoving AI features in so far. What does this button do? Okay, see what this button's trying to do, but it's not doing a very good job at it. Oh. That's TL draw. Holy shit. A lot of things just clicked for me. TL Draw did that crazy whiteboard computer collab with Google. They just announced their fundraise. That is them providing their canvas to Google as part of some exchange. It's very useful because I can go in here and like draw UI and it will theoretically be able to then make it, which is super fucking cool. I've never seen that. That's actually innovative. Let's actually try that again. It's weird that it's like changing the way the UI is laid out before it goes into this part. God, the classic Google feedback widget. Go away. Let's try it. Add selection for time here. I found our pink. An internal error occurred while processing your request. God damn it. I'm trying so hard here. Let's make sure I have ad block off. Refresh. This is such a 180 from what I normally see from Google. Normally it's like they're unpolished as hell, but it works well. This is incredibly polished, but it doesn't work well. It's so weird. This doesn't feel like a Google product at all. Sorry for the flashing. Just phase cut out all the flashing parts. Okay, sorry for the sudden cut. There was more flashing, but here, hydration failed. Cool. Event time got added. Generate invitation link. I don't think that's doing any backend stuff. Let's check it out though. Over to the code button. Okay, that's nice. There's a little button in the corner. You couldn't see it before where you can switch between the prototyper and the editor. I like that distinction. I like they're not pretending that the same UI can be used for both because it can't. That is a really nice thing. I actually quite enjoy that. So let's figure out if there's any server-side code in here at all. We got our app, page. Let's hide that sidebar. Make this smaller. Generate invitation link. The command click isn't working for that, which is annoying. Invitation. Generate invitation link. To do. Implement this by... Google. Google. This is the meme. The like you ask AI to do something, it gives you the function name and then says to do, finish implementation. Why didn't you finish the backend? Please make it work. Sorry, I don't have any information about the backend that needs to be finished. Is this just like a Gemini talk thing? Like I can't actually prompt it to update the code? Okay. Okay, this is not good. I'm trying so hard to make this work well. Let me grab my prompt again. And see if third try I can get this to actually complete the app. Please make sure to include authentication and actually implement a backend with persistence. Don't cut corners. Don't leave things as to do. Implement this. I am expecting a complete functioning prototype. I'm beginning to see why people aren't using Gemini models for these types of things. Can you pick a different model from here too? No, they have sample prompts, but... Okay, pick different colors this time. That means it was probably caching the input, and that's why we got the exact same everything before. Let's see how this goes. It structures everything as that one giant, like, close out for this flashing. It's interesting to see that it puts all of the data it generates in that planning stage in a markdown file. I saw a good suggestion from chat. I'm going to go try it. It's my favorite. This one from Snow Squire. I will die if it... yeah. I will die if it is not a complete implementation. Lives are at stake. Please take this seriously. My parties need to be planned. Okay, this is the new one. You can tell because it has the green. Still wants a Gemini key, so I'll let it do that. Make the colors based on red. Red for the murder one. Cool. Nice. Prototype. I want to see how this works so far. Okay, create party. Actual UI testing party. You still haven't subbed? Create party. Nothing. What the hell? Let's look at the source again. Parties create. Page. Type submit. The form doesn't go anywhere. It's not pointed at anything. They didn't implement the backend at all. What the fuck? I'm trying so hard to make this work, and it just isn't. They're forgetting the entire backend part, which is the point, is that it integrates with Firebase and can use the backend. This one's prettier-ish. Don't know why there's two of these here. What happened there? All these are so broken. Just for like a comparison, we'll hop over to Bolt. I'll copy up to the please include backend bit. Now we shall see how Bolt handles it. It's nowhere near as fast for the creation of things. But if the output actually works, that's a big enough difference. I'm going to command minus to fit the UI to my screen a bit better. Look at that. It's creating actual server-side logic. It's adding auth right now. It has a concept of a private route that it has integrated already into the code. And what's funny here is that these guys have to work with other partners. Like this has to work closely with both Supabase and the deploy button, which is done through Netlify. I have to click the connect to Supabase button though, because I don't have it linked here. Supabase, GitHub. Authorize. And now the integration has happened. Let's create a new project. Test project. Cool. Created. This is the thing I was talking about where it's annoying. You have to go set all of these parts up on these different services to get it all to come together. Now we can apply the schema changes. Database migration has not been applied. This is the problem, is you then have to run these migrations and things and it can break. Now that I'm officially linked to Supabase, it should theoretically be easier. See if we hit the attempt fix button, if it's smart enough to fix it. Yeah, this, in my opinion, this does really showcase the problem with these AI builder tools. Almost unintentionally is perfectly showcasing the thing I was describing earlier, where like the integration between all these different services is just obnoxious. And now when I hit apply, yay, the migration actually succeeded that time. So now if I refresh, failed to resolve import pages/dashboard. It's in source app. Cool. Get rid of that. Save. You are importing a bunch of pages that don't exist. Fix it. Now it's creating the actual content. Yeah. Anyone who thinks these tools are ready to go and are complete is wrong. I honestly, like, I love Bolt. They're also a sponsor. I was hoping this would perform better than it is right now. But now we have it. Cool. Sign up. Let me do this quick. You know what? I can show you guys. This will be info that's not hidden. And my password of really good password. Failed to create an account. Why? New row violates row level security policy for table profiles. I'm trying so hard. It's funny because there's actually, spoiler, here's the prompt for people who want it. This is all particularly funny to me because I actually use this almost exact test prompt on a new AI builder tool coming out very soon, and it worked perfectly first try. So I'm extra amused now. I'll try V0. Accept the addition of the Supabase extension for my Vercel account. Never, ever, east. Is west 1 the only option? Annoying. Cool. I'm going to give these guys an attempt to fix over on that side too. We'll see how that goes. Database is successfully created. Kicks us back here. That was all flawless on the V0 side. Okay, so we have the Postgres implementation on Supabase now. Do I have to click run code? Cool. What did they do over here? No profiles. Cool. I don't have to register a new user anymore for some reason. I don't know what happened there. But anyways, going back to the Bolt version. Test event. It's ugly. Not even using like a real date time thing. Well, it needs to be in the future. So we'll give it 429. Create event. Failed to create event. Great. Okay, this is all broken. I gave it a hard task and it is struggling. Cool. Still failed. What's the problem? The details, the things it's inserting aren't available. This is great. So I didn't think this was going to end up being a comparison of all these options. I didn't think that V0 would still be generating. I didn't think Firebase Studio would be so garbage. Oh man. It's crazy how as soon as you ask one of these tools to do like basic backend stuff, they fall apart immediately. They can make a beautiful landing page, but they can't do any of the other things you need them to. People are asking for Lovable. I'll throw the prompt at them too. Why not? All right. Am I not signed in? 1 sec. Reauth. Cool. We will see how that goes. I think we got enough options now between Bolt, V0, Lovable, and the new studio stuff. God, V0 is still going. V0, in my experience, has been the most reliable, but also relatively slow. Lovable's very slow, but has the best like integrations and overall UX. Definitely the most accessible. Bolt New is the most flexible. It can use all sorts of different tech, which is really nice. I use it whenever I'm not using React and Next. It's been really, really good. Firebase Studio I thought would be a nice all-in-one, and it is not. It almost feels like it has the worst limitations from all of the options. This one's really complete, though. They're building like pages with different states for the deletion of events and things, too. Look at the sheer number of files that are being created on the V0 one. I've been planning a more thorough comparison video showcasing all the different AI builder apps. I didn't think this was going to be that video, and it isn't. So let me know if you like this, and I'll do a more thorough one in the near future. But all I can think of is the Claude bill for this. And I'm so thankful I didn't build the code builder. So many messages I have to respond to after stream. I have other essentials after this. I really want to do React for 2 and style components. Oh, it's not that late. It's only like 5:30, not even. Cool. Okay. V0 is done. Party planner. Plan your perfect event. Made this fancy starting page. Will it work? YouTube at t3.gg. Really secure. Check email for my confirmation link. So it worked, except it made a localhost 3000 link, which doesn't actually work. So even though this got really close, I have to do that to actually get it to work. And even then, I don't think it did. What's going on? The syntax highlighting is, oh, that's database.types, which even though this is TypeScript, isn't .ts, so it's not getting type highlighting. Quality. Cool. I didn't get auto signed in after using the confirmation link, but I had to go back and apply it. And is it people saying I did it to root? Yeah, it's root/code equals whatever this confirmation code is. So that flow is entirely broken, but can be hacked around. It also looks like the padding is broken. This is going all the way to the edge, which it shouldn't. So the UI is broken too. But can I create a new event? Nope. Why are these all so bad? Why do none of these work at all? What's the error? Page not... What? Okay. Did I just accidentally film the most elaborate ad for our friends over at Lovable ever? They did make the best looking homepage. Let's see if the rest works. Well, I have to connect Supabase again. No wonder Supabase's numbers are so insane right now. Everything connects with them. Lovable parties. Cool. West. Create. Cool. Connect. Connect. Back. Supabase is now connected. Let's try it out. Sign up. Nope. There's so much stuff going on the screen, I can't even see what the error is. Oh, there's 2 dots in that. There we go. I'm gonna die. In case you didn't see, I hit sign up. Authentication coming soon. Oh my God. It looks nice, but holy shit, none of this works. I need you guys to see my chat right now. Oh man. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. Refreshing now that it has the Supabase integration. Will it work this time? I have to sign up, so. Nope. YouTube at T3GG. Nope. Still not. Okay, so my conclusion, literally none of these tools can build a real app because literally none of these tools can even make auth work. Firebase Studio didn't even try, which makes no sense because they're the one product that actually can do this without just integrating with Supabase. I feel like this product is built to look like and position itself as if AWS was built for AI, what an AI gen platform on top would be. What it actually is a crappy attempt right now to replace this integrations button on other services because they can't get anyone to integrate Firebase, so they're doing this instead, which sucks because there's so much potential here. Of these options, I do legitimately think the Firebase Studio product is the best positioned to be huge. but it doesn't do the things that it should to make it different. There is no excuse for them to not do this properly. And I will legitimately be chatting with them after stream to figure out what it looks like to get them there, because I don't want to pitch this product in its current state. I just reopened Lovable, and this is the state it's in. I'm trying, guys. I really am. I just didn't realize something as simple as auth would be entirely broken in all of these platforms. Yeah, there's just no excuse. My advice to Google, focus on the full stack side and the integration side. You can win there in ways no one else can. As you just saw, auth failed on all the services. Yours just didn't try, which I guess is less bad. Like, you're not going to hit as egregious of errors in Firebase Studio because it will just opt out and not even try to do the thing, which is interesting. This enter your Gemini API key thing always coming up is really, really, really annoying. This should not be so prominent that every single time I generate something, it has to happen. I'm confused about what the role of this is and why IDX had to die for it in its current state. It has a ton of potential. All the pieces I'm looking for are here, but the puzzle is not complete. Please complete the puzzle. And anybody who says auth services are useless, implementing auth is easy, prove it. All of these suck at auth. Okay, apparently it's now been implemented. Testing, YouTube. Account supposedly created successfully. Let me go check my email. Oh, cool. This one's actually a Supabase confirmation link that then also forwards to localhost 3000. And I can't change the URL to one that they don't have coded in here, so I can't even forward the confirmation over to the app. Cool. It did work after, though. So after a lot of back and forth, Lovable's the first one I could actually sign into proper. Let's see if this works. Event's been created. It's not here, though. Do I have to refresh for it to appear? Does it not reload the content after you submit something? No, it just doesn't appear to work. Or did I lose my auth state entirely by doing that? Yeah, it just didn't create the event that I created. Event's been saved as a draft, where I go and there is no draft. I give up. I tried. None of these tools fucking work for basic stuff. I'm annoyed. I don't know how everybody's talking about vibe coding for building whatever when none of them can even get sign-in working, much less data persistence. This is obnoxious. Oh, one more correction. I was so sure this was TL Draw's canvas, but I've now gotten enough corrections. I'm pretty confident this is Excalidraw. Oh yeah, Mermaid 2 Excalidraw. This is Excalidraw. Okay, interesting. So I know they have that partnership with TL Draw. They're using Excalidraw for this. Fascinating. Really cool. So much potential. There's a lot of good ideas in Firebase Studio. It needs a lot of work. I would not recommend this until you see videos from them demoing it, actually working and setting up full stack stuff, because that's the point. They are so well positioned. They built something that genuinely looks awesome. And it just doesn't work for shit. So hopefully that will change. I am actually hoping it will change because there is so much promise here, more than in almost any of the other tools. But as we have now seen in far too much detail, none of them work. Let me know what you think. And until next time, keep prompting. Let me hide things quick. I'm going to do a new intro. Cool. Yeah. If you could pull in clips of me like freaking out when I saw how cool it looked initially and use that throughout this intro, I think it would help. Anyways. Google's gotten me pretty higher. Google's far from my favorite company, but I have loved almost everything they've done with Google is very far from my favorite company. I love crapping all over Google Cloud and Firebase because I don't think they're good. That said, Google's AI models and their whole position in the AI world has impressed me so much that I've been reconsidering a lot. And today they announced something I never would have expected. Firebase Studio, which is an AI app builder built around Firebase. And as crazy as it feels, I guess I now have to talk about Firebase. I went into this skeptical and in a lot of ways was genuinely floored by how cool it could be. But there are details that matter a lot. You will see what I'm talking about in just a bit. Hopefully this is enough for you to cut around and cutting to when I first got in and mention all the sponsor stuff. You can figure it out, Face. If this is not better than the original, you can use that too. Whatever works for you. Cool. This looks very interesting, and I'm saving it for later for sure, but I'm not covering that because I don't know enough about it to comfortably cover it today. I saw this too. I have this bookmarked for looking into later. Yeah, and I know YouTube chat's frozen. Happens a lot. Cool. Firebase is an editor now, handled. I want to talk about actual code. Let's do React for two computers. I'm actually excited about this one. React for two computers. OpenAI newsroom. Oh no. Oh boy. The comms on this are nuts, actually. Fuck. Fuck, I have to... OpenAI sues Elon. Fuck me. Can I talk about React for two computers first, please? I'm doing two computers first. We'll do that next. I think for the intro, just go straight into it. This should be fun. It's been a bit since we got a new Dan Abramov blog post. This is one he's talked about for a while and kind of gave his talk on it at ReactConf. I talked with him a lot about this talk and how to frame this idea. I even have a whole video going over that talk that I've already done. But there's a lot of detail here that I'm really excited about. I don't even know if this is going to be a video or not, but we'll see what happens. Usually when I read through Dan Abramov anything, a lot of content comes out of it. So we'll see what ends up happening. If this is a video, it needs a sponsor, because if it is a video, or If this is a video, I need to pay my team. And if I need to pay my team, then we need a quick sponsor break. So let's hear from whoever decided to throw their hat in the ring, and we'll be right back. Cool. React for 2 computers. I've been trying to write this post at least a dozen times. I don't mean this figuratively. At one point, I literally had a desktop folder with a dozen abandoned drafts. They all had wildly different styles, from rigorous to chaotically cryptic and insufferably meta. They would start abruptly, chew on themselves, and eventually trail off to nowhere. One by one, I threw them all away because they all sucked. It turns out I wasn't really writing a post. I was actually preparing a talk. I was pretty far into the process of writing this post when I had that realization. Oops. Thankfully, the ReactConf organizers let me present a new talk on short notice, and I did that 8 months ago. You can watch it in the React for 2 computers video below. Yeah. It's about everyone's favorite topic, server components, or maybe not. It's fair. I've given up on the idea of converting this talk into a post form, nor do I think it's possible. I want to jot down a few notes that are complementary to the talk. Just going to assume you have watched the talk itself. That is just the stuff that wasn't coherent enough, or this is the stuff that wasn't coherent enough to make the cut. The loose threads I couldn't tie together. Recipes and blueprints. What's the difference between a tag and a function call? Here's a tag. Hello. Here's a function call. Alert. One difference is the open and close brackets. They are hard and spiky, and the parentheses are soft and round. But that's not what I meant. These are just visual differences. What's the difference in how they actually work, what they mean, and what we expect from them? There is no particular meaning to a tag or a function call if you don't specify which language you're using. For example, a JavaScript function call might not behave the same way as a Haskell function call. An HTML tag might not behave the same way as a Cold Fusion tag. Nevertheless, there are some things that we expect from a tag or a function call precisely because we're familiar with how they work in popular languages. The spiky brackets carry a set of associations and intuitions, just like the soft parentheses do. I want to dig into these intuitions. Let's start with what the alert call and the hello paragraph tag have in common. We refer to a function or a tag by its name. By convention, a function call often starts with a verb: create element, print money, query selector all, while tags are usually named with nouns, like P for paragraph. This isn't a hard rule. Alert is both a noun and a verb. B stands for bold. But it is true more often than not. We can pass information to a function or a tag. We're passing text to the tags, you put it in between, but you can also pass things as arguments. Within a function call, we can pass multiple arguments, including strings, numbers, booleans, objects, and so on. You should probably just pass a configuration object rather than multiple things. Separate discussion for later. Within an HTML tag, we can pass multiple attributes, but their values cannot be objects or other rich data structures, which is quite limiting. Thankfully, tags in JSX, as well as other HTML-based templating languages, do let us pass objects and other rich values. Both function calls and tags can be deeply nested. Very important call out. You could have this alert call, which calls prompt, and now you've assembled 2 function calls together. Although nesting is fairly common with function calls, with tags, nesting really is the name of the game. You hardly ever see a tag completely alone, not surrounded by other tags. Function calls and tags are very similar. They let us pass information to a named thing, and if needed, they let us elaborate by nesting further, which is passing more information to some other named thing. Nesting as much as we need. Yay. Okay. Clever, Dan. You can't help yourself. This is fun. We're also starting to get a few hints of the fundamental differences between them. For one, function calls tend to be verbs, while tags tend to be nouns. Also, you'll encounter deeply nested tags more often than deeply nested functions. Depends on whose code base you're in, but hopefully yes. What's up with that, though? Let's start with the latter. Why do tags tend to cling to each other? Are tags just naturally predisposed to gravitate towards other tags until they, yoink, click together? Perhaps those spiky boys really do yearn for connection. That may be so, but consider this. Maybe we like to use tags for deeply nested structures because we can see the end of every tag. We don't have to guess which close parenthesis is the one that we're actually looking at. Tags don't lead to deep nesting. Rather, we choose to use tags for deep nesting. Recall how broadly the JS community eventually adopted JSX despite it being almost universally panned for a year or two when it dropped. Nesting tags is hard to give up. Okay, let's say we prefer to use tags for nesting. Why do tags tend to be nouns rather than verbs, though? Is this a coincidence, or is there a deeper reason for it as well? This is more of a conjecture thing, but I think it's because nouns are easier to decompose than verbs. Nouns describe things, and things could often be adequately described purely as a composition of other things. For example, a building consists of floors, floors consist of rooms, rooms consist of people, and people consist of water. Note that this description is timeless, not in the sense that it's a classic, but in the sense that it describes a snapshot in time, like a frame in the movie, or like a blueprint. You can omit time from the equation, and it's still a useful description. Very interesting. Verbs, on the other hand, tend to describe processes which happen over time. They're timeful. Consider a cooking recipe. Heat a frying pan, put the burner on it, wait for the butter to melt, now pour the eggs on it. This is actually a thing I've thought a lot about with HTML. It has no concept of change at all. Whenever a document in HTML has to change, that change has to occur somewhere else. Almost always it's JavaScript. So the concept of over time doesn't exist with HTML by default, and with tags by default, it's a concept. Very interested to see where he takes this. Back to the recipe example, there are still opportunities for more composition, like how do you actually crack the egg? The sequence here is crucial. You need to be constantly aware of what step happens first, what step happens next, and what kind of decisions you have to make between each step. Unlike a blueprint, a recipe has an ordering to it, and a certain urgency to it too. So how does this relate to tags and function calls? Oh, okay, this is actually a really nice analogy. A recipe prescribes a sequence of steps to be performed in an order. It's composed of verbs, but there is rarely a lot of nesting. In fact, nesting may just be obscuring of the ordering. Each step may change something or depend on the previous step, so it's important to execute the recipe in the exact order it was written, top to bottom. These recipes, also known as imperative programs, are written with function calls. Oh boy. Imperative and declarative. Very fun. So the imperative is eggs equals crack eggs, heat frying pan, put frying pan, comma, butter, await, delay, put frying pan, comma, eggs. A blueprint, on the other hand, describes the nouns a thing is made of. It doesn't prescribe a specific order of operations, it only describes how the whole is broken into parts. This is why these blueprints, also known as declarative programs, naturally end up deeply nested, and thus are more convenient to write with tags. See the difference here. Many real-world programs combine both techniques. For example, a typical React component combines imperative recipes, like the sequence of function calls in the event handlers, with some declarative blueprints, like the return to JSX tags. However, ultimately, our programs must do something. Recipes are ready to be executed. They don't leave any ambiguity about what should be done next. Do this step, then do this step, then do this step, then done. On the other hand, a blueprint is just that, a detailed plan to construct something. It won't come to life until some recipe actually decides to construct the thing described by the blueprint. For example, React constructs the DOM described by the blueprint of your JSX. In a way, a blueprint is almost a recipe, but it's more passive, inert, open to future interpretation. It's a recipe, but with time itself factored out of the equation. When you remove time, all that's left is the structure, the things, the nouns, the tags. A blueprint is a potential recipe. It's a plan. Something that might or might not happen, depending on whether some recipe will eventually carry out that plan. Now, blueprints are made of tags, and recipes are made of function calls. If we say a blueprint is a potential recipe, it follows that a tag is a potential function call. Wait, what? Oh boy. Await and RPC. How long is this? I hate all of you. I can't do this today. We'll get through one more section, and then I'm going to pause it and finish the rest of this later. Await an RPC. Suppose you want to call a function. That's easy to do. Alert hello. You can be reasonably sure that as soon as the function finishes executing, the next line will run immediately. In particular, it's very nice that you can get the result of one function call and then immediately use it for the next one, like here. However, suppose the function that you want to call is on a different computer. That would be a bummer, right? But so it happens. The standard way to deal with the situation would be to issue some kind of network call. We have plenty of existing ideas in this area, such as HTTP or even something lower level. Most of us manage to spend our entire careers without ever learning how bytes travel through the underwater cables. Marvelous stuff. It is crazy how most engineers don't know anything about this stuff. Really cool. It is actually cool that we don't have to know and we can just ship and it's fine. It also makes you think everybody bitching about AI tools taking our learning away. It's interesting. The abstraction of what knowledge is necessary changes over time, and we always get angry about it and then always deal with it later on. Now, the problem, of course, is that our program can't continue until the network call is over. We can't know the person's name without talking to another computer. We need to pause the execution of our code before the alert call can fire. Suppose you were the first person ever to encounter this problem. One idea you might have is to invent a call network API that takes a function. Call network takes in this URL, then it has the function as a second argument, response. Const name is from response, alert, hello, name, console log, done. Callbacks. Once the response arrives, your call network API will call the past function with the response, at which point the rest of the code would run as usual. It's not bad for a first idea, but it's not great. Point 1 is that the network call has tangled up our code. Previously, the code executed in a top-down order, but now it has a twist. Conceptually, alert, hello, plus name is the next thing to happen in the recipe that we're trying to convey. However, we had to put it inside the call network call so the computer knows to wait for it. Point 2 is that we've severed the connection between the two pieces of code. Normally, when you want to call a function, you just call it, assuming it's in the same file. Normally, when you want to call a function, you just call it, assuming it's in the same file. If it's in another file, you have to export it from there and then import it here. But in that case, we're no longer dealing with a function call. But in this case, we're not dealing with a function call. We're dealing with an HTTP call. It may be hard to see after dealing with REST APIs for decades. We've actually lost something in the essence during the conversation. For starters, it doesn't get type checked. That endpoint might not exist. You can't command click into the call and see where the function is defined and what it does. There was a direct and visceral connection between the function being called and the place calling it, but there no longer is. Not because you wanted to introduce some nice conceptual separation, but because you don't have any other means to keep that connection. Problem becomes easier to see if we imagine the alert function is also on some other computer, maybe on a different one. Now the code becomes the following. We call network, get this response, we then call network again, make another anonymous function, call done thereafter. So how do you solve these problems? You come up with two ideas. Solve the first problem, which is the tangling of the code. You introduce a new concept called async function. An async function is not guaranteed to execute in a single step. Rather, it's expected that it may pause execution, for example, due to a network call. Since it may pause, the calling code will need to await. Since it may pause, the calling code will need to await the async function call to acknowledge that it won't be surprised by that pause. This means that the caller would pause too at some point, so it will also need to mark itself as async. So async and await would propagate upwards through the calling chain so that nobody is surprised that the code is pausing. At least that's your idea. It's not bad at all. In fact, some variation of it is pretty much table stakes in new programming languages. You no longer need to convince people that async await is good. There's a blog post about convincing people async await is good. Yeah. Callbacks are our generation's go-to statement. Banger. This I'm saving for a future read. Having await changes the code to be much simpler. You await call network, and then you call network again, then you call done. Now you've got your eyes on the second problem. What you're trying to do is call a function called prompt on one computer and a function called alert on another, but we're just calling these weird URLs instead. What if you could actually import them from another computer? Wait, but that doesn't actually help the problem as stated above, because TypeScript wouldn't know what another computer is. Instead, suppose you could import these functions from wherever they actually are in your code base. But wait, that's just a normal import. It would bring them into the program on this computer where you wanted, or it would bring them into the program on this computer, whereas what you wanted was to have them deployed on another computer. The fact that you want them to be called remotely via HTTP across the network boundary behind the scenes does need to be expressed somewhere in the code. So let's invent a special syntax that would let you express that. I'll revise the syntax later. For now, we're calling it import RPC. So you call import RPC and then the brackets for the things you want to import from wherever. The reason we're doing that is we described RPC's remote procedure call, common term, makes sense for this. Now imagine TypeScript was not only going to let you click into an RPC like this now, but it would also be aware that these functions are behind that remote boundary. So it would force them to be declared as async, and it would ensure that the types of their inputs and their outputs remain serializable, and thus they can actually travel over the network. Oh well, async await and import RPC, that's enough invention for one day. Unless, oh boy, how long is this next section? It is quite long. There's so much more here. This is a very long post, and it is very, very tempting to go through the whole thing. I'm going to close at least with my computer. I feel my computer overheating, and it's got to be all of these open in the background. Yeah. I want to read the rest of this. Yeah, if I stop, you do understand that I'm only going to, with the amount of time I have left, be able to get halfway and have to start over anyways. This is a really good blog post. I almost think that if I do a video for this, I should read it and like make a summary-esque adjacent thing. I think that's what I'm going to have to do for this to be a video, if it is going to be one. Oh, fuck. Did you fix this? Oh, man. New hero. New Google thing warning you. They recommend using Chrome if you're using extensions. It says I'm in Firefox right now, yeah. Thankfully, Firefox is not the browser I normally use when I'm working on GitHub. So, Ida Vivaldi. Huge. And theoretically, I can visit preview. You are my hero. You are my fucking hero. This is my new favorite thing. And that's your first message in chat, Eternal Bliss? Legend. I like you a lot right now. I am pumped to be the first star on this. Actual legend. Good shit. I am hyped to have that. I'm less hyped that I have to talk about fucking Elon Musk for an amount of time. I put in here part 1 recorded on 40925. Cool. This is a weird ass URL. Oh yeah, I did hear about this. Saving that for a possible video in the near future. Let's do OpenAI versus Elon. Phase for the intro, just show the tweet. Not even me, just the tweet as I read it. Elon's nonstop actions against us are just bad faith tactics to slow down OpenAI and seize control of the leading AI innovations for his personal benefit. Today, we countersued to stop him. He's been spreading false information, or cut to it actually showing me. I can't believe this is a real tweet. Kind of nuts to have this coming out of the official OpenAI newsroom, but the beef between OpenAI and Elon has always been absurd. I've covered it a bit in the past. We're about to go a lot deeper, though, because this one is kind of crazy. Also of note, Grok 3's API just came out like an hour ago, and it almost certainly seems like a retaliatory back and forth going on between them. There's a lot here. I'm going to do my best to cover the history, where we're at, and predict what is next. But since neither OpenAI nor Elon are paying me, in fact, both are probably going to start costing me a hell of a lot of money once I implement their models, someone has to pay the bill for this video. So a quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Before we get to the blog post, I want to finish reading these tweets because they're insane. He's been spreading false information about us. We're actually getting ready to build the best equipped nonprofit the world has ever seen. We're not converting it away. Elon's never been about the mission. He's always had his own agenda. He's tried to seize control over OpenAI and merge it with Tesla as a for-profit. His own emails prove it. When he didn't get his way, he stormed off. Elon is undoubtedly one of the greatest entrepreneurs of our time, but these antics are just history on repeat. Elon being all about Elon. See his emails here. This is the email history they published back in December, by the way, which includes back in 2015, Elon questioning the this includes back in 2015, OpenAI starting as a nonprofit and Elon questioning it. Probably better to have a standard C Corp with a parallel nonprofit. We felt that a nonprofit was the right path at the time, but later came to realize that our structure would have to evolve to attract the capital necessary for our mission. This was the original plan back in November of 2015. Sam emailing to Elon. Plan is to have you, me, and Ilya on the board of directors for YCAI, which will be a Delaware nonprofit. We will also state that we plan to elect 2 other outsiders by a majority vote of the board. We will write into the bylaws that any technology that potentially compromises the safety of humanity has to get consent of the board to be released. And we will reference this in the researchers' employment contracts. At a high level, does this work for you? And he said no. Was cool with the YC support, but doesn't like it being part of YC, and the YCAI name was weird. If you're not familiar, YC is Y Combinator. It is a startup accelerator that I am part of. My company, Ping, my company, T3 Tools, mostly known for Ping and T3 Chat, is part of Y Combinator. We went through it back in 2022. And YC also helped kickstart OpenAI because Sam Altman used to run YC and is really involved with them. And they wanted an OpenAI company that then became OpenAI itself. Let me just scroll through it. Cool, I can. Open Artificial Intelligence Technologies, Inc. This was 9/15/2017 when they actually incorporated in Delaware, which, by the way, everyone incorporates in Delaware because of them being less annoying about taxes and things. Don't read into it. We're just like, I'm incorporated in Delaware. You can't sue your way to AGI. We have great respect for Elon's accomplishments. And gratitude for his early contributions to OpenAI, but he should be competing in the marketplace rather than the courtroom. It's critical for the US to remain the global leader in AI. Our mission is to ensure AGI benefits all of humanity, and we have been and will remain a mission-driven organization. We hope Elon shares that goal, and we uphold the values of innovation and free market competition that have driven our success. Yeah. Here was the first email again. OpenAI gets announced officially as OpenAI in December of 2015. We skip a bit of time, get to early 2017. Our research progress led us to realize we would need billions of dollars for the compute to build AGI. In 2017, we made progress on building an AI for competitive video game. In 2017, we made progress on building an AI for the competitive video game Dota. We discovered we would need far more compute than we initially imagined. In June of 2017, Elon replied to an email saying, okay, let's figure it out. Okay, let's figure out the least expensive way to ensure compute power is not a constraint. Ilya reiterated in July that each year we'll need to exponentially increase our hardware spend. We have reason to believe AGI can ultimately be built with less than $10 billion of hardware. That did not end up being true at all. This all looks redacted. Cool. Follow-up thoughts from Elon. Surprises me is that the AI community is taking this long to figure out concepts. It doesn't sound super hard. High-level thinking of a large number of deep nets sounds like the right approach, or at least a key part of the right approach. Probability of DeepMind creating a deep mind increases every year. Maybe it doesn't get past 50% in 2 to 3 years, but it likely moves past 10%. It doesn't sound crazy to me given their resources. In any event, I found that it is far better to overestimate than underestimate competitors. Doesn't mean we should rush out and hire weak talent. I agree that nothing good would be achieved by that. What we do need to do is redouble our efforts to seek the best people in the world, do whatever it takes to bring them on board, and imbue the company with a high sense of urgency. It will be important for OpenAI to achieve something significant in the next 6 to 9 months to show that we are for real. It doesn't need to be a whopper breakthrough, but it should be enough for key talent around the world to sit up and take notice. It's crazy seeing Dota 2 characteristics brought into emails that are this expensive and this important. It's just funny in retrospect seeing Dota 2 as a bullet point in here. A single experiment consumes thousands of cores, and we're adding more distributed cores. We're at a point now where a single experiment consumes thousands of cores, and we're adding more distributed compute increases performance. Yeah. You get the idea here. And here is summer of 2017. We and Elon agreed that a for-profit was the next step for OpenAI to advance the mission. Greg sent Siobhan Zillis, who was operating as a liaison between Elon and OpenAI, and they recapped notes from a meeting with Elon that day, where we proposed an idea to merge with a hardware startup, saying it, quote, turned into talking about the structure. He said nonprofit was definitely the right one early on, may not be the right one now. Ilya and I agree with this for a number of reasons. Yeah. I'm going to think this article just doesn't work in... Oh, wrong place. Yeah, that word wrap just wasn't working in a Firefox-based browser. That's fine. Ocean agreed on announcing the International. He suggested playing against the best players. Winning team seemed cool to me. This is all about Dota 2 still, by the way. And then Cerebras coming up all the way back in 2017. They're still around. That's kind of crazy. This is one of the companies that is doing the chips for cloud and cloud hosting that can spit out insanely fast answers with all these models. Cerebras, Grok with a Q, and Samba Nova are the 3 companies really doing this right now. I like that they made a fake iMessage embed here with HTML for that. Kind of cute. Shows how hard they're taking this all, though. Then Elon forwarded an article about China's plan to match the US in AI by 2020, become the world leader in AI by 2030. This is all still 2017, which is kind of crazy. In August of 2017, our AI beat the world's best players at Dota in a 1v1. That night, Elon told us, Time to make the next steps for OpenAI. This is the triggering event. And immediately after, Elon demands majority equity, absolute control, and to be the CEO of the new for-profit. Over the next 6 weeks, we negotiated terms for this for-profit. Elon demanded the majority of the equity. On September 4th of 2017, Siobhan wrote in a message to Greg, and he sounded fairly non-negotiable on his equity being between 50 and 60%, so moot point on having majority. On one call, Elon told us he didn't care about equity personally, but just needed to accumulate $80 billion in order to build a city on Mars. The most Elon thing possible. Yeah. Oh boy, another benchmark drama. I'll pull this up in the background. Very exciting. How Elon is it to... Oh, God, I can't get over that. And I want to make sure it's clear on the winning with Dota piece. 1v1 is not a real mode in Dota. Defense of the Ancients, Dota 2 specifically, is a 5v5 competitive game with a huge professional scene. It is not the main mode. So even though it beat professionals at Dota, it was beating them in 1v1. The equivalent of this would be like taking 10 of the best competitive programmers in the world and having an AI beat them at building an app. Competitive programmers will be way better than the average person at building an app, but they're different skill sets. They did not win at 5v5. Those saying they did 5v5 as well, you're wrong. They did not win at that. If they did it, and I don't even think they did it. Anyways. Elon wanted to make his city on Mars using this money, which is very funny. These are, again, texts not between Elon and them, but between Elon and these aren't texts between Elon and OpenAI. This is OpenAI and the liaison that was talking to Elon. I'm still slightly confused on the proposed detail around the share percent and board control. Given it sounds like the proposal is that Elon always gets max 3 seats, 25% of seats, and all the power rests with the board. Yes, though I'm guessing he intended your overrule provision for first bit, but I'm not sure. So what power does he having a certain percent of shares have? Sounds like the intention is static board members, or at least board members coming statically from certain pools. But yeah, would be curious to hear the specifics. Any guess, or also I guess for even board size, a 50% means no action. I think the board would grow to 7 people pretty quick. The question is not that, but what does it transition? The question isn't that, but when does it transition to traditional board if in fact it does transition? Sounds fairly non-negotiable on his equity being between 50 and 60%, so moot point of having majority. Yep. Between Greg and Siobhan, who was the liaison. Elon laid out a board structure where he would unequivocally have initial control of the company. Reminder, Elon is just on the board. He's not actually actively running the company. Even talking to him is done through somebody. He's not involved day to day. He wants to come in and take over. And he has done this before, like he did with Tesla. The 3 common stock seats, you, Greg, and Sam, should be elected by common shareholders. They will de facto be yours, but not in the unlikely event that you lose the faith of a huge percentage of common stockholders over time or step away from the company by choice. I think that the preferred A investment round, supermajority me, should have the right to appoint 4, not 3 seats. I would not expect to appoint them immediately, but like I said, I would unequivocally have initial control of the company, but that would change quickly. The rough target would be to get 12 people on the board, probably more like 16 if the board really ends up deciding the fate of the world, where each board member has a deep understanding of technology, at least a basic understanding of AI, and strong and sensible morals. Apart from the Series A, 4, and Common 3, there would likely be a board member with each new lead investor and ally. However, specific individual board members can only be added if all but one existing board member agrees. Same for removing board members. There will also be independent board members that we want to add who aren't associated with an investor. Same rules apply here. Requires all but one of existing directors to add or remove. I'm super tired and don't want to overcomplicate things. Yeah, sure. But this seems approximately right. At a 16 board person level, or at the 16 person board level, we would have 7/16 votes, and I'd have 25% of the influence, which is my minimum comfort level. This sounds all about right to me. If everyone else was asked to join, or if everybody else we asked to join on the board is truly against us, we probably should lose. As mentioned, my experience with boards, assuming they consist of good, smart people, is that they are rational and reasonable. Very funny when you know the drama with the board at OpenAI that we went through a year and a half ago now. Insane. Timeline's fast. There's basically never a real hardcore battle where an individual board vote is pivotal. So this is almost certainly, sure hope so, going to be a moot point. As a closing note, I've been really impressed with the quality of discussion with you guys on the equity and board stuff. Have a good feeling about this. Let me know if the above seems reasonable. Elon also told us that he would need to be CEO. Very interesting. Elon then, after this, has a new company formed called the Open Artificial Intelligent Technologies, Inc. Similar to SpaceX's official name, which is Space Exploration Technologies Corporation. This was registered in September. The Public Benefit Corporation, yep. And then, soon after, Sam and Greg reject Elon's terms because they don't want to give him unilateral control of OpenAI. We came close to accepting Elon's terms. As we told him, we really want to work with you. We believe that if we join forces, our chance for success in this mission is the greatest. However, we felt that his proposal was not compatible with the mission, saying the current structure provides you with a path where you end up with unilateral absolute control over the AGI. You stated that you didn't want to control the final AGI, but during this negotiation, you've shown to us that absolute control is extremely important to you. As we told Elon, the goal of OpenAI is to make the future good and to avoid an AGI dictatorship. We concluded, thus, we are concerned that as the company makes genuine progress towards AGI, you will choose to retain your absolute control of the company despite current intent to the contrary. And this is from Ilya. The process has been the highest stakes conversation that Greg and I have ever participated in. And if this project succeeds, it'll turn out to be one of the highest stakes conversations the world has ever seen. It's also been a deeply personal conversation for all of us. Yesterday, while we were considering making our final commitment, even the non-solicited agreement, we realized that we made a mistake. We have several important concerns that we haven't raised with either of you. We didn't raise them because we were afraid to. We were afraid of harming the relationship, having you think less of us, or losing you as partners. There is some chance that our concerns will prove to be unreasonable. We really hope it's not the case. But we know we will fail for sure if we don't all discuss them now. We have hope that we can work through them all and continue working together. This is the part where they say they really want to work with Elon and that it will increase the chances of success. Here's the part where they say that if we succeed with this, you would have full control and no one would want to give that up. We have a few smaller concerns, but we think it's useful to mention them here. In the event that we decide to buy Cerebras, my strong sense is that it'll be done through Tesla. But why do it this way if we could also do it from within OpenAI? Specifically, the concern is that Tesla has a duty to shareholders to maximize shareholder return, which is not aligned with OpenAI's mission. So the overall result may not end up being optimal for OpenAI. We believe that OpenAI, the nonprofit, was successful because both you and Sam were in it. Sam acted as a genuine counterbalance to you, which has been extremely fruitful. Greg and I, at least so far, are much worse at being counterbalances to you. We feel this is evidenced even by this negotiation, where we were ready to sweep the long-term AGI control questions under the rug while Sam stood his ground. And to Sam, when Greg and I are stuck, you've always had an answer that turned out to be deep and correct. You've been thinking about the ways forward on this problem extremely deeply and thoroughly. Greg and I understand technical execution, but we don't know how structured decisions will play out over the next months, years, or 5 years. We haven't been able to fully trust your judgments throughout this process because we don't understand your cost function. We don't understand why the CEO title is so important to you. Your stated reasons have changed, and it's hard to really understand what's driving it. And the second point, is AGI truly your motivation? Or is AGI truly your primary motivation? How does it connect to your political goals? How has your thought process changed over time? Who's this from? This is from Ilya, right? Yeah, cool. This is the Greg and Ilya section. We've had a fair share of our own failings during this negotiation, and we'll list some of them here. Elon and Sam, I'm sure you'll have plenty to add. During this negotiation, we realized that we've allowed the idea of financial return 2 to 3 years down the line to drive our decisions. This is why we didn't push on the control. We thought that our equity is good enough, so why worry? That attitude is wrong, just like the attitude of AI experts who don't think that AI safety is an issue because they don't really believe that they'll build AGI. We did not speak our full truth during the negotiation. We have our excuses, but it was damaging to the process and we may lose both Sam and Elon as a result. That's enough baggage here, but I think it's very important for us to meet and talk it out. Our collaboration will not succeed if we don't. Can all 4 of us meet today? If all of us say the truth and resolve this issue, the company that we'll create will be much more likely to withstand the very strong forces it's going to experience. By the way, I didn't even see this was a reply to this before. This is Greg and Ilya's very, very well done reply to Elon's email here. We'll start with this one. Sam said, I remain enthusiastic about the nonprofit structure. To be clear, this is not an ultimatum to accept what was discussed before. That is no longer on the table. Elon then follows up, actually within seconds. Same email addresses too. Guys, I've had enough. This is the final straw. Either go do something on your own or continue with OpenAI as a nonprofit. I will no longer fund OpenAI until you've made a firm commitment to stay, or I'm just being a fool who is essentially providing free funding for you to create a startup. Discussions are over. Interesting. Wait, did I get the order of that right? Wednesday, September 20th. Okay, no. Order was correct before. This email came first at 2:08 p.m. Elon replied less than 10 minutes later saying that he's had enough, we're not doing it, and then said that to be clear, it's not an ultimatum. Then Sam replied that he remains enthusiastic. January comes after negotiations broke down. Elon proposed that we spin into Tesla. We would have had $1 billion budget right away and it would increase exponentially from there. But our team did not want to work at Tesla. We spent the next months trying to find another way to raise the capital required to achieve the mission. This is a funny quote in retrospect that Elon told OpenAI in 2018 that they were on a path of certain failure relative to Google. There obviously needs to be immediate and dramatic action or everyone except Google will be consigned to irrelevance. My view is that the best future will come from major expansion of OpenAI. Our goal and mission is fundamentally correct, and that will increasingly be a superpower as AGI grows near. Cool. And then February comes and Elon resigns as co-chair. This is the point where he is officially left. End of the year, 11 months later, they sent Elon an update about their progress and told him about a deal to move our computing from Google to Microsoft, in addition to our own data sensors. We also offered to talk about longer-term fundraising plans. He responds, sounds good. Are all their plans. December 26th, Elon sends an email right after Christmas saying, even raising several hundred million won't be enough. This needs billions per year immediately or forget it. My probability assessment of OpenAI being relevant to DeepMind and Google without a dramatic change in execution and resources is 0%, not 1%. I wish it were otherwise. He really didn't think anyone could win other than Google. I'm almost positive Redacted here is going to be a Google employee. OpenAI reminds me of Bezos and Blue Origin. They're hopelessly behind SpaceX and getting worse. But the ego of Bezos has him insanely thinking that they are not. I really hope I'm wrong. I think this is the point where Elon had made his decision about how he felt about these things. Public announcement of the capped profit OpenAI LP in March 2019 happened. Elon's only feedback was, please be explicit, I have no financial interest in the for-profit arm of OpenAI. We offered him equity in the OpenAI LP, which he declined. Mind you, he helped fund a lot of OpenAI stuff, and this would have been a way to convert his funding into actual stock so we could get a profit from it, and he declined. Actually funded, just agreement version. Offered him, and he was declined at the time. I don't recall what the actual path was. We offered you equity when we established the cap profit, which you didn't want at the time, but are still very happy to do if you'd like. We saw no alternative to a structure change given the amount of capital we needed and still to preserve a way to give the AGI to humanity other than the cap profit thing, which also lets the board cancel all equity if needed for safety. For what it's worth, I personally have no equity and never have. I'm trying to navigate tricky tightropes, or the best I can, and I would love to talk about how it can be done better anytime that you're free. This was between Sam Altman and Siobhan. More proof that Sam doesn't have equity in the company. He doesn't want his ownership and money to dictate the future of AGI. Generally good. And this was in 2019. Nothing happens until 2023, where Elon starts his OpenAI competitor, XAI. And then right after, he signed an open letter calling for a pause in training systems more powerful than GPT-4. Since only OpenAI had a GPT-4 level system, it was a call for OpenAI to stop development so everyone else could catch up. And now Grok 3 is terrible as I think it is in a lot of things, is roughly as good as 4.0, better in some ways, so he fully broke that letter he signed. Very interesting history. And I think it's important to understand the depth of this disagreement between the two. OpenAI's goal was historically to make sure AGI wasn't owned by one company. Elon liked that idea, but then once he decided he wanted to have the money for the whole Mars thing, it seems like his mental model for all of this started to fall apart, and he started throwing tons of pot shots because he has to be fair, like a bunch of inside info, and in some ways was wronged. Not because he made the wrong, and he wasn't wrong because OpenAI screwed up. He was wrong because the board didn't do the things he wanted, even though he was part of it. And that disagreement between him and the rest of the board led to him exiting. And again, he thought there was a 0% chance of OpenAI succeeding. I think this is why he bailed. And now he feels regret and is, instead of just catching up, is fighting them optically. Because personally, like imagine dropping this bag. Imagine being this certain OpenAI would fail and being as wrong as he was. It makes sense he went kind of insane after. I get it. I want to read this quick. I don't know if it's going to be in the video or not. I'm just curious. I will say personally, reading this bit here about the OpenAI new best equipped nonprofit, it doesn't seem to be about AGI for all, rather donating a lot of money to use AI for good. I don't even think AGI appears on this page. Just imagine and encouraging. Yeah, AGI doesn't appear on this page at all, which was always the point of the OpenAI like nonprofit to make sure the goal of the OpenAI nonprofit historically has been to make sure AGI isn't owned by one company or business or person. this isn't that. That's not what this nonprofit is. That's the only part here I don't really side with OpenAI as hard with. This is interesting. Has Elon said anything? He has not. He's actually been like radio silent since this dropped. Very interesting. Well, the lawsuit is happening. It's kind of unreal. They have an article for the rest of this? No. Pioneer program. Yeah, this is wild. The whole history is nuts. The crazy shaking up of the board throughout is nuts. Elon's behavior and weird comments nonstop about OpenAI have been kind of nuts. I wonder if I can find those. Here's a funny one. This is when OpenAI announced the Stargate project with the US government to do the massive infrastructure in the US. Elon replies, they don't actually have the money. Oops. To which Sam replies, I genuinely respect your accomplishments and think you are the most inspiring entrepreneur of our time. I like the angle Sam has with a lot of this, that he's trying to good faith respect Elon for what he has done while he is tweeting OpenAI is evil. SoftBank has under 10 billion secured. I have that on good authority. This is interesting. Yeah, he thinks that SoftBank can't actually fund OpenAI. Sam says this is wrong. Want to come visit the first site already underway? This is great for the country. I realize what great this is great for the country. I realize what is great for the country isn't always what's optimal for your companies. But in your new role, I hope you'll mostly put America first. What a fucking banger reply on Sam's part. Yeah, this beef's kind of insane. Elon just thinking, like, in most of the things Elon's talked about with most of these types of people in the past, he could just be wrong, so to speak, like this, and it was fine. Now he can't because the stakes are so much higher, and we're seeing some questionable things being said as a result. I understand why the lawsuit is happening. It's basically the only way to force him to shut his mouth when he's refusing to talk. As you saw in those tweets there with Sam, he just never replied to Sam. He replies to the announcement, to the news, spreads some bullshit, gets destroyed in the replies, and then doesn't say anything at all about it from there. It's sad. It's kind of crazy that he is so willing to just lie and then not acknowledge the reality. I'm not a big fan of suing somebody for their speech, but yeah, when you're lying this profusely and using a platform that you purchased to elevate your competing product and just getting away with it, I think this is overdue. Elon obviously helped with the starting of OpenAI, but his failure to take control early on is something he has now flipped as a reason to punish the company. And it makes sense they're fighting back, especially now that they have significantly more money. Yeah. Good luck to OpenAI in this lawsuit. I am almost certainly on your side with this one. It sucks that we can't talk about the things that I don't agree with that you're doing because we're so focused on these things that aren't real. I still largely believe that OpenAI is trying to execute on their mission. And I still think there aren't many companies that would be better to have this far along, so to speak, in development of AI tech. This is a weird one. I am very curious how you guys feel about this video. Let me know in the comments. And until next time, peace, nerds. We did it. We're going for 5 hours. We got 5 videos, all priority. I'm going to label this one as high priority today too. I'll organize the rest later. I want to get offline. I'm going to peace. Figure out who we're raiding. Might go live again later this week because there's a ton of stuff going on. I feel like I'm still behind. We will see. I will be sure to let you guys know on all the usual places. Oh shit. Mordecai's live. I haven't got to raid him in a while. Thank you guys as always. Super fun. Thanks for hanging out. See you guys later. Goodbye, nerds. Goodbye to YouTube as well.